goes on, I need all my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli. High key, keep a horn on me. That come my seat. IP ownership, the blueprint is by me. Mr. Get Off, I get off at my feet. A yee nigga couldn't try me in a tri-state. Buddy pass, but I give him splash till he hydrated. Down south, know he spook town, eyes dilated. I got the money and the power, both gyrating. I feel good, get the fuck out my face. Look good, but she don't got no ties. I walked in, walked out with the size. Man, don't let me know what the pay. What the fuck? I got hits, I got bucks, I got new paper cuts, I got friends, I got foes, but they all sitting ducks. Hit his turf and get cracking, double back like a deluxe. 50 deep, but it ain't deep enough. Fuck a plea, there you go, beat him up. Falling from a money tree, and it grew throughout the month. Spit a loogie at the camera, speed off, yeah, sus. I feel good, get the fuck out my face. Look good, but she don't got no ties. I walked in, walked out with the size. Man, don't let me know what the pay. Squabble up, 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 squabble up. Hold up, where you from? My bitch, I'm finna go dumb. Sideways, bunk skunk, Viva, I'm on one.
Thunk, 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 baby, rockin' it. Quid pro quo, what you want, what you watching it. Where's the flow? Let me know if you cracking it. Work, he's popping it. Dog. Oh, Audrey and Victor is still a thing. It's been a thing. It will be a thing. It's been a thing since before you were a thing. Actually, I was 17 when I first drew those characters. Got the plushie. Nice.
I sing the aliens, hold for all endorsements.
Money, mom tryna tag a nigga toe. I'm aggressive on the beat in real life, niggas know. Hey, I tatted up my body at the pen level 4. Hey, I sharpened up a knife and came home to a blow. My bitch can get to tweaking like she playing with her nose. Lil' Brody bout to crash, my young niggas be on go. I'm a different type of trophy, baby girl, I'm rose gold. Me and Doc get the slide and put him in the chokehold. Bitches acting like some niggas, niggas acting like some hoes. Hey, I jumped out that pen, then I jumped up in the ghost. I'm the hottest topic, nigga, you see my face, then he froze. All that shit he was talking, found out he not that bold. Okay, this shit like 40, that's a double, okay, let's add it up. Baby ass fat, can you do it? Can you back it up? Kick flip a nigga, I got tech decks. And it ain't shit for me to call to get your chin checked. Tell him Dodie did that.
Reincarnated, I was stargazing. Life goes on, I need all my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli. High key, keep a horn on me. That could my seat. IP ownership, the blueprint is by me. Mr. Get Off, I get off at my feet.
What's the password?
I see dead people.
You late.
Aye, mustard on the beat, ho, Depot, any rap nigga, he a free throw, man down, call her Amber Lambs, tell him breathe, bro, nail a nigga to the cross, he walk around like Tizo. What's up with these jabroni ass niggas trying to see Compton? The industry can hate me, fuck them all and they mama. How many options you really got? I mean, it's too many options. I'm finna pass on this body, I'm John Stockton. Beat your ass and hide the Bible if God watching. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with him. Walk him down whole time, I know he got some hoe in him. Pole on him, extort shit, bully the flow on him. Say Drake, I hear you like I'm young. You better not ever go to cell block 1. To any bitch that talk to him and they in love, just make sure you hide your little sister from him. They tell me Chubb's the only one that get your hand-me-downs. And party at the party playing with his nose now. And Baka got a weird case, why is he around? Certified lover boys, certified pedophiles. Wop, 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 wop. Dot, fuck him up. Wop, 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 wop. I'ma do my stuff. Why you trolling like a bitch? Ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord and it's probably A minor. They not like us. 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 You think the Bay gon' let you disrespect Pop, nigga? I think that Oakland show gon' be your last stop, nigga. They cold foul, I don't know why you still pretending. What is the owl? Bird niggas and bird bitches, go. The audience not dumb, shape the stories how you want. Hey Drake, they're not slow. Rabbit hole is still deep, I can go further, I promise. Ain't there something? P-Rest stands for bitchin'. You Malibu most wanted, ain't no law boy, you ball boy. Fetch Gatorade or something. Since 2009, I had this bitch jumping. You niggas will get a wedgie, be flipped over your boxes, or over your foe. The other vaginal option, pussy, nigga better straighten they posture. Got famous all up in contact, might write this with a doctrine. Tell a pop star quit hiding, fuck a caption, won't action. No accident, I'm hands on, he fuck around, get polished. Fucked on Wayne Grow, he was in jail, that's conniving. Then get his face tatted like a bitch apologizing. I'm glad D-Rose came home, y'all didn't deserve him neither. From Alondra down to Central, nigga better not speak on Serena. And your homeboy needs subpoena, that predator moving flocks. That name gotta be registered and placed on neighborhood watch. I lean on you niggas like another line of walk. Yeah, it's all eyes on me and I'ma send it up the pot. Ay, put the roll label on me, I'ma get them dropped. Ay, sweet chin music and I won't pass the ox. Ay, how many stocks do I really have in stock? Ay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 5. Ay, devil is a lie, here's 69 shot. Ay, freaky ass niggas need to stay their ass inside. Ay, roll their ass up like a fresh pack of Zod. Ay, city is back up, it's a must, we outside. Ay. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
Hmm.
Not like us.
I'm thinking things.
Once upon a time,
Thinking about things.
still double down, calling us some slaves. Atlanta was the Mecca building.
I think, like, if it were possible to release something new and make it seem old,
You run to Atlanta when you need a check balance. Let me break it down for you. This the real nigga challenge.
I feel like that may be the way forward. Because, like, when I heard this, it had been out for like a few days or weeks. Doesn't matter. That means it was already over by the time I heard it. It was already ancient history. Well, no, it was like a, it was like a slow motion train crashing, that you could like see it happening, and then like more chain reaction shit happens. You know, you thought you saw it all, but the train wasn't done crashing. I think that's funny though, that like he kind of goes for an old school sound while saying he's the one who actually respects the art form. But like it actually feels old in a good way. I think as I get older, I'm like, you know, like you actually act older. You actually make older work that feels old. But yeah, like Kendrick's, you know, Not Like Us, and GNX too, is all just like supposed to be old. It's got that kind of dated sound. But you know, lots of things are old, lots of things are dated. Even football is dated. That doesn't mean that it's not impressive when someone wins the Super Bowl. It's like Kendrick is my age. He's 37, 1 year older than me. It's like maybe the thing about old men with high-waisted pants is like you actually start doing that when you get older because you start acting your age. I don't think that's the thing. I think that actually was the style, and they also looked old in old photographs when they were young. Well, I think that's even harder for us to understand, that old people have style. Because, you know, pants pulled up that high just looks like the absence of style. But like, you're talking about people who grew up in the jazz age, the people who invented style. You know, your grandma, my grandma was, you know, from the like, well, I don't know if my grandma in particular was a flapper, but I'm just saying she was old enough to be one. Maybe not actually. She was younger than that. She was, you know, too young to be a suffragette. Have you ever had to flip your unemployment? Pants are too low. Low pants are woke. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, that would be sagging, which is a different kind of trend that other people would, you know, people who wouldn't do that would probably make fun of. It's like your pants are falling down. But you know, I don't know. It's like bitches get to show their asses off. It's not fair. Okay, I get it. I did that before when my ass was all sweaty. Yeah, I don't know. And then there's just like no pants at all. That's what I call fashion. Pants, I feel like pants have not been figured out. That's, you know, like we still haven't perfected them. We still haven't figured out pants. It's like we're still actually inventing everything over and over. It's just, I think when something gets to a point where people really like it, then it slows down the evolution. Like cars have kind of looked the same to me for 15 years. I mean, I'm sure if I saw the side by side, I'd be like, wow, time has passed. I'm actually passed after all. Wrong. Jorts were perfect. Oh, well, you know, we all have our own fashion. I know you have yours.
But it's regular for me, yeah, that's for sure. The love and hate is definite without a cure. All this talk is bitch made, that's on my lord. I kill them all before I let them kill my joy. I done been through it all.
Kill them all before I let them take my jorts.
But now it's plural. Fuck everybody. That's on my
Got my body.
my blick
Like
first.
fur. I got me.
I watch them pander with
But
the
the back had the cup of it. But the head and the cupid look at the body bed.
I pay homage and I'll always
Got the by the business.
I made the
But the cut the dinner.
I never lost who I am for a rap image.
Where's my dinner?
And if you wonder how I did it, yeah, nigga, going up your rank. Know you a god even when they say you ain't. Yeah, nigga, keep your feelings out the way. Never let no one put smut up on your name. Yeah, nigga, keep your head down and work like I do. But understand, everybody ain't go like you. Yeah, nigga, if they say it's love, you been lied to. A couple rules of engagements, I'ma guide you.
Refleja tu mirada. La noche tuya.
Riding in my GNX with Anita Baker in the tape deck. It's gonna be a sweet love. Fuck apologies, I wanna see y'all geeked up. Don't acknowledge me, then maybe we can say it's fair. Take it to the internet and I'ma take it there. Miss my uncle Lemaine, he said that he would kill me if I
The heartbeat sound effect.
by spirit and they can't take it. Used to bump the Carter 3. I had
It's like
chain proud irony. I think my hard work let Lil Wayne down. Whatever though. Call me
it's like he says Lil Maine and then plays a heartbeat sound so you know a Lil Wayne rhyme is coming up. But he doesn't even rhyme Lil Maine with Lil Wayne.
all these niggas agitated. I'm just glad they shown their faces, quite frankly. Plenty artists, but they outdated. Old ass flows trying to convince me that you they favorite. This is not for lyricists. I swear it's not.
I've never actually listened to Lil Wayne.
Want y'all to feel this
I
soul. Bitch, I probably built them pyramids.
I never got into Lil Wayne. I don't know if he's good.
Where you from? Not where I'm from. We all indigenous. Against all lies, I scribbled up for them dividends. Against all lies, I showed up as a gentleman. I done lost plenty friends, 16 to be specific.
No pain, no Wayne. Chris, you were saying you don't like hip hop, and I actually feel like I've only recently come around to liking hip hop. Like there is a problem in hip hop, and Kendrick points it out a lot, and I think it's what's keeping a lot of people from getting into it. It's so much bullshit and hollow, meaningless crap. There's like there's a lot of people who are fake, people who get ChatGPT to write their lyrics. There's racists who are like 1/8 black. Try to get into it. There's there's fools everywhere in hip hop. Even Snoop Dogg is a total fucking loser. Like, I didn't really like 50 Cent growing up, and now like I see like he's just like a total clown. Snoop Dogg is a sellout bitch. He's got some talent, but it's not like he uses it now. We're talking 30 fucking years ago. It's like, I probably wouldn't be dissing him if I were a rapper, but I am 100% sick of seeing Snoop Dogg everywhere. It's like, Snoop Dogg have words for them haters. Fuck them motherfuckers trying to cancel me. It's like, shut up. You're everywhere. You're doing the Trump thing. You're just putting your name on stupid, ugly products and then plastering it all over the subway. You're fuck. It's like, the worst part is when Snoop has a problem with someone, he doesn't rap about it like you're supposed to when you take advantage of the fact that you're a rapper for every fucking product under the sun you brand yourself with. It's like, why not rap about your trouble? It's because he doesn't actually have problems. He's just trying to swat flies away from him, like every shitty American psychopath, like Trump. And he loves Trump. He eats that shit up. There's plenty of fucking liars in hip hop that only use it to hypnotize people and try to get with young girls and other sleazy bullshit. Just like printing money off of like your worthless fucking name. Like it makes so much goddamn money. That's why there's terrible things about hip hop. But you know, Kendrick doesn't give a fuck. He could have stopped years ago. And you know, when everybody was just like, you know, ready to let Drake take the Super Bowl, Kendrick released this. You know, straight up calling him a, you know, terrible father, a criminal, a pedophile, a fake, a racist, a colonizer. Like, he comes up all of this shit. And it's not just because he hates Drake. It's because he hates all these fucks. It's like, you know, long story short, if you don't have anything real to rap about, then it's just going to sound like noise to you. At least Ice Cube is still down to earth in the last few decades. Ice Cube is my favorite rapper. And he's not even the best by far. He's not even the best. But he's my favorite because he was the first rapper I got into. You know, Kendrick is just like king right now. He's like, you know, what Tupac was back then. And like Tupac, he's like, I'm gonna die for this shit. It's like, if they're not willing to die for it, then why even listen? I'm just saying, Chris, that it is an amazing art form, and you know, you be on the lookout for the top talent, and you'll find it. It is not for everybody. I'm just saying that it was for me all along, and I just didn't realize it. And like, these aren't even like his hits. These are just like diss tracks, which are they're almost like private letters that you know, hear about later or something. It's like, it's really just an angry letter with rhymes. But like, he's just so good at it that it just like, you know, you do, I don't know, it's like at the same time, if he had just simply written an angry letter, it would not have gone over well. No one would have fucking heard any of his feelings. It's like, I'm realizing this with rappers, is that sometimes they have no choice. They have no choice but to be the greatest. You know, I used to think about this like it was the cheesiest fucking thing. Like, you know, 50 Cent, for instance, like, you can't seriously expect me to give a shit whether you get rich or die trying. But with Kendrick, I actually do somehow. It's like, he deserves it, and he convinced me. I was like, you know, when you hear he wrote like 10 diss tracks about Drake, suddenly there's like a monumental expectation set. It's like not only did he live up to it, but like, I agree with him now. It's like, yeah, say whatever you fucking want about him. It's like, what really matters, you know, it doesn't even matter if his info is accurate. What really matters is that he had real feelings, and that's why it's real. It's a competition, and you have to actually act like it. Like, there was this guy, J. Cole, who was also in this beef, but like he was really just like in the crossfire. He didn't have a dog in the fight, not even close. He started dissing Kendrick and then ended up apologizing for it like 24 hours later. And it was like, oh shit, I thought you guys were just joking. I thought we were just dissing each other for fun. It's like, no, actually this beef runs deep and we hate each other. And the lyrics are like, he should die. Oh, yeah, this is the part where he tells him that he's AI. And there's like meaning to all this shit that I had to find out through researching it. Like this is him making fun of him for being Canadian, calling him Crody. It's just like a thing that you say when you're Canadian. Also, I didn't understand what he meant by fucking with him. Because, you know, I always thought to fuck with someone is to ruin them, is to mess with them. But now to fuck with someone is to be their friend. It's like, anyone fucking with him, fuck you. Like, you know, I thought it was like nobody better mess with him but me or something. But no, he's just saying like anyone who's on his side, fuck you. He's doing that on purpose. He said white lies, but it sounds like weight loss. I swear he meant to do that. Anyway, I'm just glad that there's somebody good in the mainstream. It's like, you know, even before, I could never imagine myself listening to Drake seriously. It's like, I knew he existed. I understood that he was like some popular musician. But like, all this disgusting auto-tune. While Kendrick is like, he's like, I don't know, he's insane. It's like, well, he's really like the opposite because like, well, Drake will give us what he thinks we want because he's, you know, he's ChatGPT and he's trained on data. He'll go with trends. While he's doing that, Kendrick will do stuff that no one's talking about, nobody cares about. Stuff that we thought was dead, and then he brings it right back. Or like stuff you've never heard before, and doesn't even sound that much like music. Like, you know, like just like throwing in the into the mix is like genius. It sounds good, but like it doesn't, you know, it defies convention. It doesn't sound like anything Drake would come up with. Also, this is like advanced calculus rap, but like I'm getting the sense that he has a flow that is all his, and that he very strongly judges other rappers for their outdated flows. Like I feel like the, you know, the flow is like the rhythm. This is like if you're not coming up with shit, then you need to sit. Or Audrey and Victor, fantastic. Yeah, that's what A and V stands for, by the way, if you were curious. Oh, but yeah, like watch out for those industry plants that are trying to make rap look like it sucks. Because they're just racists. There's like these shitty little white kids that are like trying to be rappers. It's one thing to enjoy rap and it's one and even become a rapper. It's another thing to just start talking like that because you're a rapper. It's like that's so cringe. Like, he says that like, you stop saying that word.
Twice emotional stability, a sound body and tranquility. I deserve it all. Like minds and less enemies. Stock investments, more entities. I deserve it all. VVS is
Like, how do you even justify having that much fucking money? You have to be putting stuff out constantly. You have to be doing shows every single day. He's a millionaire, but he's working class. He's never been any different. It's been too long that he's had to live like this. Self-made millionaire, still a myth, right? But like, I don't know. When it's billionaires, I can't comment on who deserves it. But when it's millionaires, there are some. It's I almost feel bad. I'm like laughing at him a little that like he's a great artist still, despite having millions of dollars. It's almost like he can't break out of the terrible life he used to have. Well, yeah, like he's living as if he was living back then. He's putting his entire career and life on the line. Willing to die for this shit. Like, how many really did that? How many deserve it? There's too many Snoop Dogs playing it safe. That is like, it's like they're cowards about it. They don't come out and say that they support Trump, but that's their entire lifestyle, is just like being a fucking lazy son of a bitch. Being a big sack of shit. Snoop Dogg wide. Snoop shoes. It's like, who's gonna be impressed with your fucking Snoop Dogg shoes? Gives a shit. Nobody's gonna be impressed if I have like a Kendrick Lamar shirt either. Doesn't fucking matter. It's all just like meaningless. Although I saw a guy wearing a Not Like Us shirt that was themed around the Super Bowl, and I wanted that.
Taking my baby to school, then I pray for, cause you bitches ain't never been cool, writing testament, painting pictures, put me in the Louvre, that's a definite, universal shift, I'm in the groove, a celebrity do not mean integrity, you fool, I'm a good man, shake your hand, firm grip,
I'm nice now. Yeah, I think Kendrick is like, he was nice now and then he's not nice anymore. Actually, nah, he was never nice now. It's like, the only people who are nice now in hip hop are the people who lose the rap battle. It's like, I mean, a part of it is all fake and just like a thing for entertainment, but like if your career does not come back from that, then it was real. This is why I'm interested in this kind of music, just like the realness. Like I can see all the artificial shit in it too. I don't know anything about that except from the time he mentioned it on the music. His cousin tried to sue him. Hey, remember when I wrote all those raps for you and you pretended they were yours? Well, I'm also like, I feel like I don't judge him against other hip hop artists. I kind of like put him in the same boat as just other musicians I like. I think rap is treated a little differently because it's one of the most popular genres. Are all your animations made in Blender? No. I just started using Blender like 2 years ago, or actually it's been longer. I've been fucking with Blender since like 21, and I only made my first cartoon using Blender in shit. It was 23, I think. Like whenever I made my dog reflection cartoon, that was my first animated thing in Blender. So Blender is entirely a 2020s thing for me. My other animations are Flash. There, you know, I've used Maya for cartoons, and how easy was it to get the hang of? Let me put my hands together before I say this. Not easy. This was the most difficult time I've ever had with learning a new software. And, well, I'm not gonna lie, there were quite a few moments where I wanted to give up. I always had Flash on standby, make sure it was there for me in case I needed to go running and screaming. But you know, I had some help from Fred. He taught me everything he knew, and he suggested I make some tests. So I did. I made a animation test of Fox in Space, and then I made a couple scenes I cleaned up and or like, you know, did in-betweens on, and then I made my steamed hams video. So at this point, it's been like a year since I started uploading Blender animations, and I have a few projects, you know, very small, but incrementally, I've been putting projects under my belt in Blender, and my plan is to make a whole big animation, like 20 minutes long or something, using grease pencil. So this is not my first cartoon, but it is the first like serious one. We're using the last two numbers of a year to describe. Well, look, I could have been like 20, 20, 20, but then it'd just be like stuttering. I was like, let's see, that was and in my mind it's like 2021. I was like, that was in 21. So yeah, like it, you know, I had already said 20, so I don't need to say it again. Maybe in 2120, I'll say the full thing. I'm still upset after the 2024 Super Bowl loss. I don't understand those words at all. My city won. My city won, and Kendrick performed, which was 100 times more significant than Super Bowl itself, because that was the real competition. And he performed it like a fucking. There were no mistakes. It was like, there are certain liberties you have to take, you know, certain changes you have to make to have a song, like to have those songs actually be performable live. Like, he just like deletes a couple lines so he can breathe. He doesn't actually like trip up like I do when I sing his raps all the time. It's like, you ever fall out of a train? I haven't, but I can only imagine that's what it feels like. It's like, you know, you're just like rapping, it's like, and then suddenly you mess up once and the whole thing fucks up. Like, you can't mess up once. And, you know, he knows what to do if you mess up once. But yeah, it takes forever to build up this skill. I've been trying. I've been trying to do Eminem at karaoke for like the past 2 years. I did it once, and it wasn't bad. But like, the thing I learned is that it's not like other karaoke songs where the crowd's gonna give you a little help. They can't help at all. People don't know the words. Unless you're singing to a bunch of Eminem fans, you're not gonna get any help. It's like, if Kendrick stopped singing, we could all sing his lyrics, you know, the people in the front row, but like, we also kind of still need him to do it. He's the only one who can really do it. I literally joined when you ended. Oh, well, welcome to this unending stream. I'll never end it. Snoop Dogg NFT. I'm sure he's done them. Why does bro have a gun? Well, I don't know if I want to like fully explain the story. I'll describe it in small. It's like, Audrey and Victor are using their computers, and the computers make everything really realistic, okay? So like, while Audrey is talking to Mavis Beacon, trying to find some sort of basically, Audrey is using the computer to improve her life, while Victor is using it to make it harder. He wants problems only. Problems always. And like, you know, all the characters generated by Audrey's computer are friendly. Even Hitler is nice. But all of the characters generated by Victor's computer attack him because, well, the idea I wanted was for him to tell the computer to go after everybody who's like causing him to feel pain or you know, something like that. Everybody who hates me or something. So they attack him because he hates him. So like, he inadvertently sends all these computers to attack him, and then it's just like, you know, he's still sort of in control here, so like, a gun appears for him to kill them all. But like, you know, he murders them all, and then like a bunch of monsters appear out of the ground, and he's just like, oh, and he drops the gun and runs away. Yeah, of course there's Snoop Dogg NFTs, although I don't know if this is a real NFT or just like a, no, it's gotta be a real NFT. You know, Snoop Dogg has to rap if he's got a problem, because there's nothing more pathetic than a rapper just like tweeting or Insta or just like talking shit on a podcast. You know, I used to be sort of in agreement with these guys about like, yeah, you know, these new rappers, these mumble rappers, they would go on these podcasts and whine about mumble rappers and how bad they suck. It's like, you're not even dissing them, you're just talking about them on a podcast. You know, like this is like so easy. You just like find the most cringe shit you can find on TikTok and say like, oh man, it's not how when I was coming up. Like Snoop Dogg knows how to do anything now. It's like, you're in it too. You're on the level of those fucking island boys that you were cringing at with the fucking ugly tooth jewelry. It's like, you gotta be in the game. I don't fucking know. It's like Kendrick actually like, it's you know, it's complicated because like the first shots were fired by Drake, but Kendrick really started the rap battle because he's like, I'm not taking that diss lightly, we're going. And it's like Drake kinda was prepared for it, but I think like he wasn't serious about battling. He never is. But anyway, it's like hip hop is like American music that I care about. It's like, Jesus Christ, like whenever I think about like modern music that I hate, like I realized the thing I was thinking about was Drake. Fucking mouth motherfucking didn't thrown again. I'm mad, but I ain't stressing. 2 words. 1 question. It's not how it goes, but I wish it was. Because it's funny. 2 words, 1 question. King Kuta. I can smell it when I'm walking down the street. I could dig rapping, but a rapper with a ghostwriter. What the fuck happened? It's like all the way back here he was talking about this shit. It's like, look at the state of hip hop. It's like, look at the state of my beloved hip hop. It's like, now I feel like not only do I love hip hop now, but I feel like my hatred of it was justified. Cause like it's like it's totally oversaturated with people. There's good people, bad people, but you know, like it's like anything that makes that much money is gonna have this much crap. And you know, it's not that Drake has no talent, it's just that he's a phony. Goat mouth mammy fucker. Thoughts on Vibsy Pop? Look, let's just stick to rap, okay? I think I got my feelings out in a diss track already. But you know, it's not really good etiquette to rap at someone who's not even rapping back, right? It's like, I guess the etiquette, if you really don't want to associate with someone, like, you know, you want to diss them but not mention them, then I guess the etiquette is just to do a song like this where you're like in vague terms putting someone down. What your monkey mouth motherfucker sitting in my throat again? I don't know who that's directed to. But, you know, it might have had something to do with mumble rap. Because, you know, there's like mumble rap, there's like fucking auto-tuned predator rap. Yeah, I don't have any evidence of this. I don't actually know much about him, but I remember while researching rap, people were saying that Chance the Rapper was an industry plant. Do we really know that? Can you be good even if you're an industry plant? It's like there's other musicians that were industry plants. Milli Vanilli, even the Beastie Boys, I've heard, were an industry plant, or like a constructed band. The Monkeys. I mean, I guess that's like, I don't know what you call that. The boy band that's just like made from data. They don't actually like associate. And then there's like the parody of that, which barely even does anything different. And nowadays we have those like Korean K-pop bands with like 8 boys. I don't know if that's the same as an industry plant though, who's supposedly an equal. Well, I guess every musician needs to be promoted in that way, good or bad. It's just that if they're a plant, then they're promoted before they're even thought of as good. Or something. Everybody get out. At first I did love you, but now I just wanna fuck. Wait till Audrey discovers ChatGPT. Well, that's basically the plot. It's like a futuristic artificial intelligence that is as evil as you may expect, but only if you tell it to be. It's kind of like a dog. I wonder if I should make that connection, that like if you train a dog to be, you know, to react to, you know, if you train a dog to react with barks or bites, that's you know, like if you go up to a dog and, you know, move erratically, the dog might get upset. But if you kneel or like walk slowly, you know, this works with any animal. It's like if you get down to their level, they'll be less afraid of you. But it's like, you know, it's a better example, because it's got to do more with like a wild animal and like the danger involved. It's like, don't show your teeth to an ape. I feel like that's the difference here, where like Audrey and Victor are talking to the same artificial intelligence, but Victor shows his teeth to it and it attacks. And it's like Audrey is just like Snow White here. She's like one with nature. Kendrick is a meme rapper. Well, yeah, I mean, his raps become memes. Is Drake really terrible? I don't like him. I think. Hello? Am I back? Like, I have a little fan next to me, and if I turn it on or off, sometimes it disconnects my internet. But I'm back. Anyway, I was asked, is Drake really that bad? Drake has talent. I can hear that he's got some talent, but I don't respect him. I think this is a big problem, that like he's kind of just the face of a company that makes decent music. That like if it was just him, I don't know if it would be the same. It's like you know what? It's like the King of Kong. With the two guys who say they're really good at Donkey Kong, and you know the guy who just broke the world record is like, yeah, I'm pretty good at Donkey Kong, I'm okay. But the guy who's held the world record for years is like, I'm the greatest at Donkey Kong, of course I'm the best. And it's like, can we watch you beat the record? He's like, yeah, I guess, if you don't get bored. And you know, they asked Billy, and he's like, of course you can't watch me play. That's like following Moses up to where he got the stone tablets from God. You're not allowed. So like, you know, how the fuck are we supposed to trust someone like Drake if he can't even prove that he's real? He doesn't rap about anything real. He doesn't do anything real. He doesn't come up with anything. He just follows trends. So, is he that bad? No. But it's like, I don't know. What's a good comparison? It's like asking if hashtags were bad. Because it's all just something that's popular. It's not necessarily bad. It's just, I guess it's just like really hollow to give people nothing but the thing that they already said they liked. You know, it's like the algorithm guessing the next thing you want to listen to. It's like, thank you, but you don't actually know me. I mean, right now I'm letting it play stuff automatically, but only because I've made it very clear to the algorithm that I don't like Drake and I do like Kendrick. Drake is just a cartoon character, the type of dude who wakes at the sun in the morning and yells, "Good morning, world." Oh yeah, I'm also learning more about Kendrick that I didn't realize before. That like this song was a huge hit with like protests. Like people were singing "We Gon' Be Alright" as a chant at like George Floyd and Eric Garner protests. And Kendrick was fucked up by this because he realized there was this huge pressure on him to save everybody with his music. And he eventually realized, like, I can't actually do that. I can only help myself. And it's like he felt bad, but also at the same time, I feel like he's realizing now that he can do it all. He can help himself, and it'll be good for us. Oh my god, I'm just glad there's like a huge motherfucking musician that I actually care about. But also, like, Drake is big, but it's hard to know just how big he really is. because he's a liar. He uses fake streams. He fabricates his numbers. Drake isn't even real. I mean, he doesn't act real, but maybe he's not real. He looks kind of AI generated, doesn't he? Well, yeah, it's like Drake is like, again, it's like Trump. You got this guy who has this image based on wealth and success. It's actually extremely tacky, though. It's like an ugly idea of wealth. It's like gold toilets kind of thing. You know, ugly white hovercraft looking shit. Drake driving around. Kendrick and Joe collab. I don't think he would work with me because my raps are too shitty. Well, no, my raps kick ass, but you know what? They're too gimmicky. I feel like that's a no-no when it comes to being the greatest. It's like, you know, even Eminem is his initials. Like, you need to use your real name. You can't be a dog puppet. Or maybe you can. I don't know if it's been tried. There's definitely like a philosophical question there, because like you could say that, like, you know, rappers already are fake. They already have a cartoon character persona that represents them more than their actual self. You know, how different is it really from having a puppet? I mean, but I don't want to be a fake rapper. I want to be a real rapper. I don't want to be. I don't know if I could be. I don't know if me, Jonathan Grant, could be a real rapper. It's like, that sounds really silly. Thinking about me, I'd look like Drake. I'd be a loser. I'd start talking different. Well, no, I guess though, like, if my reasons for getting into it are misguided, then I'm going to end up sucking too. It's like, I get the sense that if you are just like, you know, like that guy who dissed Eminem, Machine Gun Kelly, if you're like him, who will just like leave rap entirely after he got dissed too hard so he can try some other kind of music, I feel like you were never really in it if you could just be like, I guess I'll just try some other type of music. I don't think that's how it works. You have to be able to die for this shit if you want to even be a little bit good. I don't know if I'm that dedicated, but I will say that of all like modern and American music, I feel like this is the most significant to me. You know, when I was a kid, I listened to like Foo Fighters, and I don't know exactly what's going on with rock. I guess it didn't go away, but it got all the like, ooh, oh, ooh, oh, like, I don't know, like, I don't think it's even that like certain genres appeal or unappeal to me. It's that some musicians, some individuals own it fully for them, as you know, they own it fully, and it's like really like authentically them. It's like, how can you even say something is really authentically yours when you didn't even come up with it? It's you know, it's tough. Like, you know, even without making terrible AI art, you can have that imposter syndrome. Like, oh no, I made this apple pie all wrong. I just bought the apples instead of inventing the universe. Yeah, I don't know. I think imposter syndrome is a bit of a luxury sometimes. You gotta get over it. It's like every artist has the capability of making stuff. You know, it's okay if something is taken from something else or similar. It doesn't mean it's not authentically you. Please don't ignore me. I can't help it. It's like when you're flooding my chat, I don't see it. I'm not even actively ignoring you. I just don't see it. It's like you might as well have a blue check next to your face because I'm filtering it. I get pissed when people throw around the word plagiarism when people wear their inspirations on their sleeve. Oh, well, you know. That's not plagiarism. Plagiarism is like pretty cut and dry. You stole someone's work or you did something like almost exactly the same way. I guess like it stops being plagiarism when you've used it some other way. Talk too motherfucking much. Dear Adonis, sorry that man is your father. It takes a man to be a man. Your dad is not responsive. I look at him and wish your grandpa would have wore a condom. Up and then stand behind him. Life is hard, I know. Make mistakes that affect us till we've grown. And you're a good kid who need decent leadership. Your mentor since your daddy don't teach you shit. Please remember. Kendrick's still in that puberty phase. He's talking to a little boy. He's saying your dad is not a very good role model. So let me be your mentor. It's like Drake just like pretended he didn't have a son for like 4 years and then Pusha T like exposed it in a different rap battle that Drake also lost. Man, this is like the hardest angle to draw this. Psychopath intuition, the man who liked to play victim, raised a horrible fucking person.
Your son's a sick man with sick thoughts. I think niggas like him should die. Him and Weinstein should get fucked up in a cell for the rest of their life. He hates black women, hypersexualize them with kinks of a nympho fetish. Grew facial hair because he understood being a beard just fit him better. He got sex offenders on Hovio that he
And like there's all kinds of like little additional meanings and jabs, like he released this and Not Like Us at the same time to insult Drake, who also did that in a rap battle. It's like, yeah, like that's something I really like, that like he doesn't just say what he's been thinking. He's also responding to what Drake is saying right now. He's active in the battle. But also like the way they released tracks was completely different. Drake tried to do it fast, and when Kendrick was taking too long, Drake was trying to tease him. Being a gangster rapper who calls another rapper misogynist is crazy. Well, no, he's not actually. I feel like that's another part about hip hop that turns people off. The misogyny. He's not a misogynist, or at least he he's not gonna stop saying bitch. But like, he doesn't use women as just like mere objects. I mean, I think he does use hot women as stuff. But like, the only woman hanging on him in his videos is his wife. That's something I've never seen from a rap artist, is them being monogamistic in their own videos. Like off camera, or I guess it's still on camera because they're being followed by the paparazzi. You'll see them with their wife and their family. Like they're not actually like fucking around with bitches. But like, this is how Kendrick shows himself in his videos too. The bitches he has, they're just his dancers. They're just cool dancing girls that make him look better. And he has them dress up the same. I've noticed that he does that a lot. He gets 3 women that look alike and dresses them the same way and has them dance with each other. Drake is like the human form of blackface. Well, Drake is a I mean, he's a very light-skinned black man. He has a black dad. His mom is white and Jewish, and they're Canadian. But like, yeah, he's extremely light-skinned. But that's not even really why he's an asshole. He's explaining to his son in this song that whether or not it's good for your career, it's like, he's like, you a black man, even if it don't benefit your goals. It's like, definitely not. That definitely isn't how Drake sees it. It's like, if I can take advantage of white privilege while also being able to say the word nigga, then I'll do it. As like, he's black at his convenience. That's not cool. And his son is also mixed. I mean, he's even more white looking than him, but it's it's definitely not about the color of his skin. It's about like the attitudes that he has about that. Like, oh yeah, I talk like this now because like he's a rapper. It's like, you didn't talk like that when you were you're an actor. So like you're really just still an actor. I do kind of feel like hip hop was better, you know, long ago, and now it's just like you have artists like this that are like 1 in a million. I mean, there are other artists out there. It's just that like hip hop was probably different when there wasn't like so much fucking money and attention. Like that, none of that was assured at one point. Now anybody could like start a SoundCloud and AI generate some views. Well, no, I guess things are even more competitive than they ever were, which is like you have to be better than you ever had to be before. As a partial vegan, I hate roast, but eggs are fine. So is yogurt, chicken, and bison. Have you ever eaten raw game as it's dying in your mouth? Makes you so much more hungry. It makes you more hungry to eat raw game as it's dying in your mouth. What are we talking about here? Are we talking about something that fits in your mouth, or like you bit off someone's finger and it's just like writhing around independently of a body? Yeah, it's like, I don't know, like I have trouble even getting into Jay-Z and Kanye, even though I can sort of like hear a similarity and like an artistry that I also like. I think it's because I don't believe in them as people. When you support someone's music, you're also like paying them something. And if you're, and you know, I'm all for listening to Kanye if you still like his music, but there's also that really real factor of like, you know, you want to support people whose music you believe in, and you know, you can't even believe in someone like that, and you're thinking like, where is this money going to and why is he really need to live so bad? But yeah, like on one hand, it could be you're supporting them so you get more music, which is just like helping each other. But on the other hand, it's just like you're supporting them so they can have it. It's like, do you really want Kanye to have your money? Like, I don't even really want to listen to his shit for free. But that's just because I don't respect him as an artist. I don't, you know, I don't trust that's really him. I see it as like Drake. It's like there's a company making music, but he's the head of it. But like Kendrick, I feel like, you know, I feel like his company just trusts him. They know that he's in control, and that they trust his leadership. As like from what I heard, I watched a clip of a interview with DJ Mustard saying like, you know, I just gave him that beat, you know, the whole, oh wait, do I not have my soundboard? Yeah, he just gave him that beat that you know, Not Like Us, and he turned it into Not Like Us, and then Mustard just like woke up one day and people were messaging him nice song, like hundreds of thousands of messages about this song that he didn't even know about. He just made the beat. I want the credit if I'm losing or winning. It's like I'm starting to see the little broken up jigsaw puzzle pieces. It's like hip hop was invented to be revolutionary, and if it's not revolutionary, then it's being used as a tool against the revolution. And, you know, Kendrick isn't going to explicitly say these things because it sounds kind of cheesy if you put it that way, but like, you know, you say like, you know, Kendrick's a bitch, you say Drake's a bitch, then people will understand it in that sense. I actually really have no idea. I wonder about if we would still have great hip hop music if there was more justice in the world. I feel like it is like a response to injustice, or you know, it's a musical revolution. It goes against what you know, like Samuel Jackson is like, that's what America wants. After hearing all the stars, it's like we want you, but not in the way that you want, just in the way that we imagine for you to be. I hate foreshortening. It's the worst part of drawing. I guess it would still exist because it's just music. It's just like a more complicated rhythm than music was really able to like you couldn't really, I don't know, like it feels like maybe before 1980, you know, around that era, before 1980, you know, there's like the rise of computers and editing software. It's just getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. You go from like vinyl records to cassette tapes, and suddenly it goes from like giant disc to like little box of plastic. It's like these things become more accessible, and it's you know, it's never been cheaper to make your own music. You can just like mumble some shit into your iPhone or, you know, Android phone. Anyway. There's other kinds of issues rappers could express unrelated to justice and politics. Well, yeah, like you ever go over your friend's house to eat and the cooking just ain't no good? I mean, the macaroni's soggy, the peas are mush, and the chicken tastes like wood. It's like you could rap about how food is bad, and you try to be polite about it, but it's just an unworkable situation. It's like, look, sometimes the peas get overcooked, but like, you don't want to say anything because it's like, maybe they know, maybe they don't want to feel worse about it already. I mean, you could rap about anything that happens, not just things that could be changed. Kendrick raps about his fallen brothers. Make great content. Please make more Dog of Wisdom. Thank you. Yeah, Audrey and Victor are back. You know, I love that. I get a little kick about how I have characters that are less popular than others, and I don't make decisions based on popularity. Well, I love that there's still a fan base. It's like I don't know, I'm in control of more than one thing. It feels great. I have so many characters, and you know, they're all just like little reflections of myself, but they all resonate with people in some way. Audrey and Victor was always over, and it's always coming back. Don't be shocked if they go away for another few years and then come back in an unexpected way. It's like this is from like it's from like 1992, I think. Trying to capture the sound of this era a little bit. I might have a hip hop track. I want to give it a shot. Like, try to emulate the sound of a early 90s hip hop record. This is so much better. It's like this really works better than Flash. Like when you know, in Flash you could do this, but it would like you would need to like do like this and this to get it to look right. The brush is so much better. It's like you can actually see the points. In Flash, you can't actually see the points unless you're in a different mode. Here, I can actually just like do this. I had no clue you could do 2D animation in 3D software. Well, it feels like you should have been able to, but I don't think it's really been a thing until recently. Is like we have like an annotation tool in Maya, but like I don't use it nearly this much. I do think it works the same way as, like, you know, you draw a stroke and then you look at it in 3D and you can actually see there's like a thickness to it. It creates like a cylindrical thing. But then like you go into wireframe, it's just a two-dimensional line. But is turned into like a 3D-ish object. You would not get the set even if I had set you hours in front of the Louvre. You would not have a soul even if I had told you to stand Minister Johnny and Q. Started with nothing but government cheese. Now we can seize the government too. Food stamp color was tan and brown. Now the honey is blue. I still have these Snoop Dogg NFTs open. They look like shit. They look like Roblox. God, what a fucking tacky piece of shit. Got it around his neck. He's got like gold SpongeBob chain. Whatever. Meme Lord 420. Yeah, I mean, you know, dissing Snoop Dogg is absolutely wild, but my dog, all bark, no bite. He needs money that bad. Why don't you just try dissing somebody? That's what you get when. That's what you get when. You know, you don't want to lose in a fair fight. That's not what Trump would do. Yeah, like, I don't think there's any. I don't think there's a grease pencil alternative. How's it going? Yo, Fred. Just talking about grease pencil, saying how there's no other grease pencil. Like, there's no Adobe grease pencil or Autodesk. You know, I don't know if grease pencil was based off of the annotation. I know there's like a very similar annotation tool in Maya, but as far as I know, it's not robust and serious art tool. It's just for making notes, or like, you know, it's kind of cool because you can make a note in 3D if you rotate a camera. Like, you know, if I really had to do that in grease pencil, I could just like go around the scene, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if that's even something I would use. But grease pencil, that took forever. That took me forever before I was like, all right, I'll use it to make my actual cartoons. But like, that's not really in that's not really what Adobe does. They don't try to compete with other. They just, like, you know, by buying up the competition, you don't have to compete. This is gonna be the hardest thing to animate, I think. I tried before. I think I'll get some reference 3D models for various things in this cartoon, like some of the more like extreme angles, like when Victor's face is like that. I have a 3D model of them. I just haven't really used them. This thing I need an iMac or not an iMac, just a Macintosh. It's like so like in this part, it's like the virus is spreading throughout the school, and so like the screensaver is just like real water with real fish. It's just like an ocean of water falls out of the screen, and a tiger. The tiger grabs a swordfish and uses it as a weapon. The dolphins laugh. And then meanwhile in the computer lab, all of the Macintosh computers start to like combine into one object. And it just walks around like that as a single entity, and it's like in the Apple text to speech, it's like, I'm alive, I love to live. And then it's never brought up again. I just thought this would be a funny shot. Audrey talks to Anne Frank and Mavis Beacon and Hitler and this bird bitch. Your mouse in a rat hole. You should learn that it's not okay to have bad days, and you should always mask your emotions in order to preserve your image for other people. That would be a good lesson, but it's too late to change it. I guess Snoop Dogg did release music recently, but it was like some freaky, ugly AI animation. It's like, I don't know, he's just like leaning into everything hollow and shitty, all for his like terrible, like, quick buck industry. Like, it's like if you base your whole company off of your fucking image, then you're just Trump. It's like Snoop Dogg has been selling that same thing for decades now. He's like, like 15 years ago, he was the guy in kids' films. Like, there was some movie where he was a dog. He voiced a dog. I don't remember which one it was. It was like some crappy movie about animals. And Snoop Dogg made like little guest appearance. He's been in ads with Martha Stewart. He's I'm not criticizing him for having a selling shit, because everybody does it. It's just that, like, I don't like him. I don't like how often I see him nowadays. It's like very, very Trump with all the crap, all the shoes and booze and fucking Fortnite skins. But yeah, he is a Trump fuck. He did the inauguration. He performed. I mean, he can believe what he wants, but he's also like living the Trump life in other ways. It's like promoting an extremely cheap image. It's like it's been a long time since they started legalizing weed in select states, and man, he had weed the whole time though. He never had to wait for anybody to legalize anything. I used to swear that Trump wasn't going to do Project 2025 because he has so much money he can afford his own campaign without special interest. Then he made every citizen legally a woman. I mean, he's like a poor rich person. He always needs money even though he's wealthy. It's because he lies about everything. He's not really like a wealthy person. I mean, he is, but only because he lies about it. It's like that's where his wealth comes from, is from his brand, which is all just like broken promises for every little thing. I'm not gonna stand here in the raid and be like, Trump lied, because yeah, he lies about everything. He always fucking lies. He's never been any different. There's been a disgusting pig. He's just like a really old, disgusting pig now. Yeah, like, it doesn't matter if he is a billionaire. No fucker like that is ever going to put their own money towards their campaign. Well, I mean, that kind of goes against the whole, like, campaigning for other people to vote for you thing. But it didn't stop Bloomberg, of course. No one asked for him. And with his fucking money, he could just put himself there. Play pretend. Fuck that guy. I'm nice now. I'm not child. Gotta get my mic closer. I'm nice now. This is the old pen. Honestly, kinda like it. I think the new one's so much better, though. Depends which one looks better from far away. And yeah, I think the new one looks better from far away. This pen looks like it's running out of ink, which is also kind of a look, but I think the look I want here is more solid lines. If you want to be the greatest, you have to be a little insane. Although, I feel like being the greatest isn't as hard as it sounds. You don't actually have to be better than anyone else. You just have to be really you and really good as you. Oh, fuck me. Did I forget to turn that shit off again? Yes. I guess this song is telling the story about how his dad was once robbed by Top Dog, and Top Dog went on to become Kendrick's boss. So it was like a little awkward when they met later. Or no, I think he said that like when they met later it was fine. It was just like, you know, that was a long time ago. It was like they, you know, they were in different roles. I mean, you know, I don't know if he'll ever be the greatest. He's the greatest alive, but like, jeez, it's just like hearing a few seconds of Biggie. It's like, there's like there's nobody who will ever be what he was. No one will ever be bigger. Okay, I said it. But you know, I feel like if you're one of those musicians who feels like they're just kind of like inventing the whole thing while making it, it's like you can be right or wrong. You're like God. It's like, especially when that type of music is in its time, you're going to find so many people who disagree with it or push back on it. It's like devil music or whatever. It's like this is all God testing you or something. It's like anytime you make art, it should be something that no one can fucking tell you you're wrong. Like, you know, I can criticize art, and everybody can, and you probably should, but ultimately those artists are going, you know, James Cameron is going to use whatever the fuck font he wants, and it's going to piss us off, but it's based. Use the terrible font because you know what you're doing. Papyrus font. I mean, you know. I think that we all have a sort of, I don't think it's necessarily a criticism of everyone else, but I think deep down artists, you know, they make art because if they were totally satisfied with the whole world of art, then there would be no need to make art. It's like every artist is just like very subtly hinting that everyone else's art wasn't enough. You know, not that it wasn't good. You know, I love when I see art that I just could have never come up with in a million years. I love that shit. But like, I think there's this feeling like when you contribute art, you're feeling like the world missed this one. They didn't come up with this one. It's like, yeah, like making art is a veiled criticism or something. Oh no, because it's like, what is it really? Is it just a form of communication? People can communicate similar things, but I don't think anyone like has the same art as anyone else. Like everybody's unique. We're all special. Well, I don't know. I guess we're not, because some of us will totally straight up just like do that. They'll do like a cartoon that's exactly like someone else's. And I feel like there were so many people copying Egoraptor and even being like, what if Egoraptor did this? And then they just made those cartoons without the crediting him for coming up with the look of the thing. I mean, I think if you do something that is similar to someone else's art and it's like something you love, then that makes it yours too. Like if you love it and want to portray it, it's, I don't know, it's like any art style. The anime style, you know, the anime style was completely different looking when I was a kid. Now it looks almost unrecognizable to like what anime looks like now. But what I'm saying is, like, you can use formulas that are pre-existing and still make it your own. But I think it's because you personally love it. I mean, being an artist is almost being a curator sometimes. I like dolphins, so there's some dolphins in a cartoon. You know, you sometimes, like, just throw shit in that you like. I feel like every artist should do that. Don't listen to Jon Favreau. He doesn't know what he's talking about. It's like, I was watching a video about the new Lion King, saying like, we could have made the sky really beautiful with clouds and stuff, but that would have just been too lucky. It's like, you know what? No! It's like you invented the virtual universe that the characters live in. You can change the weather. You can change the atoms that make up their... You can change what 2 + 2 means in their universe. What are you saying you can't do anything about the clouds? It's like... You gotta stop making movies by committee. That's why. You have to stop getting the, like, person in the comments in your craw, like... That seems highly unlikely that Simba would be born at the same time as such nice weather. It's like you don't need to, you know, it already isn't perfectly realistic. Those lions are very creepy. So, like, you don't have to make it 100% to life believable. You don't need to follow, like, actual weather patterns to know what the weather would have actually been like. In fact, the whole thing is bullshit. So you should lie as much as you want. You just say, like, yeah, and Simba and Rafiki held Simba up and the sky was all, you know, the sun peeked through the clouds. It's like, of course do that. Of course do that. It's like, no, we're not doing that. The lions don't deserve a beautiful sky. Yeah, I guess not. Those lions are pretty horrible compared to the ones that got the good sky. But that just makes me sad that it wasn't even an oversight. It wasn't something that he just simply neglected to do. It was something that he actively made the decision not to do, even when he understood what the right choice would have been. It was like, just fucking, just, you know, those things aren't just nice. They also hammer in the point of whatever the scene is. You know, you could call Quentin Tarantino crude for his like like torture scenes, but at least you get the whole fucking point. It's paint straight from the tubes. It's none of this diluting it with terpenoid shit. That would have been too convenient, too lucky. It was like, I guess getting $1 billion for your movie isn't too lucky. Who the hell is the speaker in this song? Kendrick?
trying to take my food stamps away. I beat your ass if you tell them social workers he live here. I beat your ass if I beat your ass twice and you still here. 7 years old, think you run this house by yourself? Nigga, you gon' fear me.
Dude.
Smoke fear away, I roll that motherfucker up. And then I take 2 puffs. I'm high now. I'm high now. I'm high now. I'm high now. Life's a bitch, pull them panties to the side now. I probably die anonymous. I probably die with promises. I probably die walking back home from the candy house. I probably die because these colors are standing out. I probably die because I ain't know DeMarcus was snitching. I probably die at these house parties fucking with bitches. I probably die from witnesses leaving me false accused. I probably die from thinking that me and your hood was cool. Or maybe die from pressing the line, acting too extra. Or maybe die because these smokers are more than desperate. I probably die from one of these bats and blue badges. Body slammed in black and white paint, my bones snapping. Or maybe
If Emma calls blue, he has a yellow belly. Well, I was thinking he'd be red, but I'm not really up to that yet. Probably put him on his own layer. Yeah, that kind of works. This is my favorite track of GNX. Oh, which was it? I already passed it. Reincarnated? Yeah. Probably that one. Yeah, that was the last. That one is so good. That makes me think of like that's nostalgic. That like makes me think it's like a hip hop. It's like it makes me feel like I'm listening to like an Eminem song from 2000. He's like he did like Stan about someone who's like sort of him, but like also like from someone else's perspective. It's like kind of concept-y. He raps about past life regression, saying that he's been through life after life after life and still hasn't learned his lesson. Yeah, and it's like he relates his own life to other people who've lived before him and says that like that was him in a past life. And in every incarnation the same thing happened to him, where his dad disapproved of him, and at the end he learns that he's a soul even older than all of this, from heaven sent down to earth. It's so cool. And it's so like cheesy too. It's got that kind of I don't know, old hip hop sound to it.
Until we come back to these laws, statutes, and commandments and do what the Lord says, these curses is going to be upon us. We're going to be at a lower state in this life that we live here and today in United States of America. I love you, family, and I pray for you. God bless you. Shalom.
Damn. This is probably my least listened to track from GNX, but it's a really good one too. It's like even without the lyrics, I think just a lot of his music is really good. I think you love Kendrick a little too much. I think I don't give him enough credit at all. I think he's got way more talent than I can even speak about. But yeah, you know, not everybody has to agree with me. I just like him. Well, I don't know. I guess I had a kind of like I kind of had like a feeling about music before this. That like I don't know, like music's over or something. Like it's not over. It's just like there's so much music now that like people have so much to listen to. It's like you can go into the past. Like if I told you you could only listen to music recorded before 1980, there'd be more music than you could ever listen to in a lifetime. It's like there's lifetimes and lifetimes worth of music coming out every year. It's like you'll never find like everything that you're looking for. It's still you know, you have to discover things by making music and by researching old music. What the fuck is this? What the fuck am I looking at? Stop this. This is just like content farm. Feature like that visualizer. It's a fucking elephant. Alright. Not because that guy asked, but I think I'll switch it up to something else now. No, I don't want to get my stream taken down. Getting constant heads up from it. Not Like Us beat goes so hard. Favorite Kendrick track is Rigor Mortis. This elephant sucks. It was like music mixes on YouTube are starting to get very generated. Too bad. I haven't made my own playlist in a long time. Oh, but yeah, like it's not like there's no one making good music or coming up with like good sound. It's just like I don't know. Maybe it's just because musicians are so successful that it's really all about the money for a lot of people. It's like you can't actually make good work if you're just giving people what you know they want because you spy it on them with an algorithm. It's like that's shit. And even if you don't realize it, those things are starting to depress you. All of this shit, you know, like terrible AI generated thumbnails. You know, even like fabricated views. That shit affects people. That makes us think, oh well, I guess this is popular. As it's not even as popular as it says. Alright, let's focus. It's my favorite part of the stream where I have one sip of coffee left. And then I'm basically on autopilot for the rest. But yeah, anyway. You know, even Foo Fighters was still making good music, but then Taylor Hawkins died. It's not fair. Why is it that when I like something, it dies? Like they released a song called Shame a few years ago, and it's like this is good. It's like I like this song. It's like they're still like passionate about this shit. They're making weird things happen. They're like recording a drum kit at the top of the stairs. It's like stuff you think teenagers would be doing. Although it is really kind of funny when like they perform on the Howard Stern show and he calls them boys. It's like they're in their 50s, Howard. No, but yeah, like I used to listen to Foo Fighters when I was a teen, and just because someone's old doesn't mean they're done. But like, not everyone has integrity. Not everyone has the chops. Or I don't know, maybe not everyone cares about it anymore. You used to be about the music. You changed, man. Oh yeah, that joke is funny. Bart is like British now because he's a musician. That's basically what Drake does. He's like, got up at the bottom now, eh? And like Bart's like, slag off. He's British now. I feel like I've seen that in other things where it's like someone becomes smart or educated and now they're suddenly British. Well, I wonder how. Well, I do pick up certain accent things to people I spend time around. I start talking like them in small ways. If I hung around British people, I would absolutely start saying things were rubbish or mental, or I'd say you lot, some shit like that. Oh yeah, that's rubbish. Drake is in the Kids' Choice Awards this year. Yeah, well, Drake, kids don't have the right to make that choice, okay? You can't say it was the kids' choice. He's trying to strike a chord. That, you know, that should be funny, but it's actually kind of just unnerving. You know, Nickelodeon is ugh. Kids don't make choices at the Kids' Choice Awards. No. I mean, you know, maybe if you go by the data, but even then, it's like data is all fabricated by Drake. Man, fuck him. I hope he gets booed at the Kids' Choice Awards. I hope they sing Kendrick Lamar at him. That would be a good reason to go. Just start A minoring at him. Sing the Nickelodeon theme in A minor. Nick, 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 Nick. Yeah. Oh yeah, and another thing that I just couldn't help myself and throw in this bird. I put a hummingbird. I put a hummingbird right next to a raccoon, and I was like, "Yep, two animals that I like: hummingbirds and raccoons." And then they realized it's like fucking Pocahontas. Imagine like a fucking elephant driving around to this song. I'll, you know, make a better drawing of this later. Hummingbirds are crazy. It's like, I don't know, I guess all birds are insane, but like hummingbirds especially. It's like imagine the kind of lives they must have had to evolve this way. This is going to be a pain in the ass to animate, this reflection within the astronaut's helmet. Well, you know, at least I'm not using AI for this shit. You know, when I first got to look at AI, I was thinking like, oh, this is so cool. I could probably make difficult things with this. But, you know, it's like, now I'm like, all right. Let's just do it by hand. But, you know, I like difficult things. I don't want to not do something because it's difficult. And it's like, everything is too fucking hard for me. I'm a baby bird. I can't rap. I need a ChatGPT to write it for me. I shit my pants in public. I mean, I don't know. You know, I'm not actually as, I don't hate AI the same way other people do. But that's because I feel like it should really just be kept to yourself or made for personal use. Like, I don't know, it's kind of like Photoshop. It's like you make a silly image with it and it amuses you. But then like once you upload it, suddenly it's like fucking stupid ass content. It's true, but he shouldn't say it. Well, yeah, that is a lot of things, I think. Like, even if you're right about something, it's not always a good idea to really say it, because the act of saying it is just like cloud chasing, dopamine farming, nasty stuff. You know, like I'll make fun of Trump, I'll call him a fat cancerous lump, but I think I'm actually done trying to make like tweets about it. Like all that does is stress others out. Because like, you know, pretty soon you'll be fighting with your own family members on Facebook like I did. There's like the MTV logo with the astronaut dude. Anything that can make it feel even more 90s is welcome. Well, like I'm going for like a mood where like it should just like feel like a normal new Audrey and Victor cartoon from the 2020s, but then like if you know, maybe if you watch the second time, you'll start to notice that everything is outdated. Like kind of like the show Robot Jones was all like everything looked like it was from the 80s. This is just how aging cartoonists cope with being old. Okay, don't judge us, all right? There was actually a reason why I wanted this set in the past. I thought it was kind of funny that it's like if you have commentary on stuff happening right now, it's gonna be 6 million years old by the time you finish a cartoon about it. So you might as well not even comment on it as it is today. Comment on it in a way that might hold up against time. Anyway, I shouldn't be explaining the meaning of my cartoon that I haven't even made yet. Why, yes, I do have a cartoon that doesn't exist. How could you tell? want to take one of these scenes and start animating it. Do a little test animation. I don't know what these things are. I guess cameras, lights. You know, I do actually want to make a cartoon that satires our current situation and world, but I think that's for after it's fully been processed. The good thing about writing stuff that happened in the past is that you've processed it. Although a lot of it is very recent, which I also think is good. A lot of it is very recent. I get to say, at least, if nothing else, I get to say that I've actually had experiences in my life recently. Even if I didn't even have to leave my house for it. It was, you know, basically just like grappling with like extreme isolation. Like it's not even it's not even something that only I've dealt with. I just feel like only I am me. Only I can tell my story. This is, you know, it's got to do with the pandemic, the way I've been. So I'm making a cartoon about isolation. Oh, what did I do wrong here? Playing it again. Fine with me. Wait, no, it's... No! What did you do to it? Did you make it better? Stop! Sounds cleaner. Stop improving it. Maybe not. Maybe it's the same. No, wait. I hear a difference. Can't get it past me. Nah, I'm either imagining it or they put like a very slight reverb on it. I'm always imagining things. Like a conservative who imagines everything and none of it was ever real. Yeah, I don't like. I don't like how everybody's mentally ill. To me, I'm like suspicious of a song. They changed something. They changed it. They made it gay. I swear they did something to this song. I hear it. It's not like that much different, but get really upset if it's any different. Like if it's better. It's like listen to the just like sounded fuller in the other one. Anyway, I need to focus this astronaut. Man, I miss radio. I wish people would like tell me what to listen to again. Well, I guess yeah, even back then it was like going through all the stations, listening to 2 seconds of shit. Ugh, now I'm like going through algorithm sorted thumbnails that were themselves created by algorithms, which were themselves generated by algorithms, which were themselves prompted by algorithms, which were themselves trained as algorithms. I don't know. It's too hard to choose music. I don't know what's gonna be flagged or. Man, YouTube, you gotta stop recommending. Oh, it's just a vaporwave mix. Alright, fine. But I better not get any 9/11 shit after this. You know, you watch 1 or 2 or 50 9/11 videos and YouTube just won't stop recommending them. It's like they think I'm a fan of 9/11 or something. I mean, I'm also looking at videos about World War II. Am I a fan of that? I'm not a fan of a war. I mean, I'm interested in history. I don't know. You know, it's complicated. Stuff about that is interesting. You look at like the weapons of World War One. It's like, ooh, ah. It's not necessarily that I think they're good. Maybe I do think weapons are good, I just won't admit it. You know, if it's the Civil War, I'm like, oh, tanks a lot. Yeah, like the tank didn't exist before the Civil War. And the submarine didn't exist before the Civil War. And now I will go on a rant about jet fuel and steel beams. Welcome to my shit show. Chapter 1. Everyone's stupid. First of all, I'm not a Dale Gribble. I don't believe in there being like bombs lining the Twin Towers and you know, by saying jet fuel can't melt steel beams, you're implying that there was something that would melt steel beams. But because of YouTube's relentless algorithm pushing of this 9/11 shit, I've luckily discovered the actual truth of 9/11. And you know, maybe we knew this all along and we just didn't feel like learning it because then we'd have to actually stop thinking about it. Here, I can probably simulate it with grease pencils. It's like it didn't melt the steel beams because jet fuel can't melt steel beams, as we all know. But what it did do was cause them to melt slightly. You know, they didn't reach melting point. They just bent a little bit, you know, like that. And the building was still standing, but under this pressure. But then it's like once it buckles in like that, then it doesn't matter if it didn't melt because crunch. It'll just like buckle, and you can demonstrate, you can see it. It's like you put something heavy on top of a cup and like, or you know, use a tin can. You put something heavy on top of a tin can and then you crush the can and then the heavy thing will crush. Like if you crush it a little on the inside, it won't be able to support the weight. So it basically, it got snapped in half. It just like didn't fall over like a thing that was snapped in half because it had a support structure that was largely intact even after the rest of the tower fell. Now, this is the part where you become a conspiracy theorist and say, this, and this don't make sense about that. But that's where my information ends. Yeah, first of all, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I just watched a science video, and this is what it said happened. That it became, it started to sag because of all the heat. Just because it didn't reach the melting point doesn't mean it didn't melt a little and get to the point where it could buckle and be crushed under its own weight. Yeah, I'm not saying that like I knew that. I'm just saying that that's what happened. Yeah, I mean, I do think that the George W. Bush administration allowed this to happen. They allowed everything bad to happen here. Doesn't mean they planted bombs or anything, but they might as well have, I guess. They might as well have, because there's a, well, I guess that would sit better with people than just the gross negligence that was the real story. People would be more willing to accept that there was a deliberate plan to knock down the towers than accept that George W. Bush was just that negligent. And you know, like, we as a country were just that willing, or just that vulnerable. We didn't learn anything from 9/11 either. I hope I don't get... Here, let me do this slowly. Maybe I won't lose my internet. Am I still here? Still good? I think we're good. If I'm careful about it, then this... Wait, no, I still lost something. I don't know what it is, but I guess it sends out a little EMP or something.
I would really prefer if
there
you
we go. Anyway, I'm back. Anyway, so yeah, there you have it. 9/11 truth. It's it's not a conspiracy theory. It's just what really happened. That you know, if you wonder why people are saying jet fuel can't melt steel beams, it's because they're kooks. It's because they want your money. It's because they're grifters. That's why they're saying that. But they took it from an actual fact and ran with it and said like, oh, I'm still talking, blah, 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 my voice, without actually thinking about like what that means or what we can use with it. It's like, I can't believe we didn't fucking learn this. Maybe we didn't actually know. I feel like that's a possibility. It's like the building was built pretty sturdy. It doesn't seem even like how you even can understand how this could have happened without it being some kind of like, I don't know, like how would you even sabotage it from within? No, it was a modern building, but it still had design flaws. They built it to not fall over, but that didn't mean it was invincible. As like the people above the crash were doomed. They couldn't escape. You know, this vaporwave shit is like kind of thinking back to a time before this, before you had to associate the World Trade Center with disaster. It was just the World Trade Center. In fact, it was kind of a big deal, I guess. It's like, did you notice anything? You notice like a shift in mood after 9/11? Yeah, I'm mystified about this astronaut thing. Just a little house for a camera, right? It looks just like a security camera. I guess it's an old photo, so you know, I don't want a modern looking astronaut with like a GoPro on him. God. It's like that instrumentation with like that compression. It's like if you were alive back then, you would have just heard it all the fucking time. But like you can kind of get that sense of it, I guess, like just through like old media, right? I don't know. I feel like you can't in the same way. I guess I don't know. When you look up Fresh Prince clips on YouTube, are they VHS tapes or are they like a DVD rip? They're like a lot of the compressed shit, like the little like listen to the like little pitch fluctuations in that. it's like you lose that when you get it, everything is like high quality. And it's like maybe it wasn't even intentional, but it is now. They're putting it into vaporwave to make it sound like that on purpose. Because that's just like the Twin Towers and everything that came with it, it's been lost. Like so much of this, like attitudes, people, beliefs, you know, like whole entire peoples have come and gone. I feel like animation workers have been laid off like 100 times since back then. Like we've just had like every few years, it's just like everyone's fired. And then like as soon as like that happens, you immediately notice like the style of the entire network is different. And then like these aesthetics, they just like are thought to be outmoded technology, but I don't know. Then there's people who fight tooth and nail for like vinyls, and I haven't listened to cassettes in a while, but if you have a car, like I feel like that's the best place for a cassette player. It's like if you ever had a, you know, back in the day, we would have these camcorders that took these mini VHS tapes, and that's what this video is on. Average 9/11 enjoyer. Yeah, I do sort of. Well, no, I guess this, you know, this mix gets it right. What's good about it is remembering it's still being there, not the you know, not really being a fan of 9/11 exactly. Man, but that's like such a tough one. Like to get nostalgic about it is like, is that war propaganda? Not that the war is going on now, but like it's still probably propaganda. I don't know. This video is extremely barbaric, I can tell. But that doesn't mean I don't find the value in it. It feels like a really real challenge to try and recapture old art aesthetics like this. Like, I hope this scene comes out really good. I think it's funny. It's like... Oh, I see. Yeah, I should show his, like, patches. It's like the all the computer shit when I was a kid had like, you know, like educational branding, kind of like there's always like a brain on like Microsoft Word. It says like Microsoft Word, and then there's like a brain with like thoughts coming out of it, like a bird or something. There's always a bird, or like there's like, I don't know, a monkey thinking. It's like introduction to action script. It's like a monkey thinking while playing chess. That was like a prevalent aesthetic for a long time. Like this kind of like the like DK encyclopedia aesthetic or whatever. What is? I might need to see a picture of his. Oh shit! It's like a cushion. Something. There's more little electronic box things that I can't get a perfect sense of. Oh, is it only on one side? Man, looking up reference images and you get all these AI images. I can't follow these. They're made up. It's like I'm okay generating my own AI shit, but I really don't like seeing them in search results. Like, at least I'll know that it's a fake image if I made it with a prompt. I mean, I can tell that all of these are fake images too. It's just like they're cluttering up my space, if you will. They don't understand the image either. Like, you know how I'm trying to draw something that I don't fully understand? The AI does that too. So like, I can't look at its example. I have to use a real photo. It's like a box over here. I don't know if there's two of them. I should make a Patreon post. Maybe I'll finish up this astronaut with like color. Although, nah, I don't know if I'm ready to draw this until, you know, I was doing some layout, but like this is like a really difficult animation. This is going to be tough when I actually get to animating this, so not sure if I want to just like do a completely finished cell of something that's still in progress like that. Well, luckily, it's so easy to just make quick modifications to drawings. Like, you realize how hard it would be to do this in Flash? Even with lines, even with the line tool, it'd be so much harder to do this in Flash. Oh my god, and I've gotten so tired of telling people what to do to get Flash. I don't do it anymore. It's like there's no conversation about how to get Blender. It's just you just call Blender into the void and it appears to you. You can torrent it legally. That's how easy it is to get Blender. Go to blender.org. Not blender.com. I don't know what blender.com does, but blender.org is the software. It used to be like that. It used to be that like you used to have a, you know, whatever.com, but then it just became like Blumpler or like Gwizger or like, you know, net whatever. There's like a pack behind this thing that kind of looks like a cushion. Like a box here. Yeah, it would be cool to make a Patreon post with some of the things that I've got going. I haven't actually updated my patrons on this project. I just told them it was happening. Yeah, I don't actually have a title. I'll have a title for it. Yeah, I don't know. I could just call it artificial twin intelligence and move on. That's always an option. I think that might actually be the way to go, because I feel like some of the best Looney Tunes and like Tom and Jerry shorts, whatever, have the most forgettable titles. Like, I don't really know what most of the Looney Tunes titles are. It's always like hair food or whatever. It's always something like that. It's never anything that's like a really clever title. And like, you know, it's always just like a whatever pun, but with like a hilarious corresponding cartoon. Like, maybe the idea is just to like, you know, get something that is distinct from the others, and that's the most important thing. I don't know what the most important thing is. I'm still figuring it out. I'm working on it. I think the most important thing is just to have something. If you try to make something, if you don't have something, there won't be anything. Like, I feel like a song is allowed to have a long intro if it has something. You know, like for every one of those, etc. For every one of those, there's like a million. so on. Is it the world with hummingbirds above it? I mean, I guess that works. Yeah, I don't know. I'm conflicted about whether or not I should. I mean, yeah, like, I guess I will color this and make it as a test, and then probably not even use it in the finished cartoon. But like, yeah, like I'm not as worried about that because you can just like edit drawings like a motherfucker in this. It's like in ways that I've never known. Boils well, that ends well. But yeah, the theme here, the theme I wanted here was the thing you're afraid of happening. You know, like there's a whole series about this. Black Mirror. There's a whole series about this. It's like the thing that you're afraid of happening with the computer. Like you think the computer can do this. And maybe one day before you know it, they're going to announce this on the news as, you know, being a real thing. But yeah, in this case it's like what the computer is capable with two very different users in charge of it. But yeah, like my expectations for AI art is lower than ever. I don't even know if it's a viable rendering engine because it just like doesn't, it just like misunderstands shit so much. Like if you were to like hand model that astronaut and like render it, it would just like, you know, it just like do this. Like it would make a weird version of it. I guess like you can tell it to be more or less creative with it. Yeah, I don't know. I see some of the shit they're doing at Nvidia and think it's interesting. The the rendering engines seem better than ever. But they're an evil company, and they produce waste, and they're a monopoly. I mean, I don't have an Nvidia, but you know, they make the best cards, and they're used to mine Bitcoin and shit. They're used to make AI, they're used to make NFTs, they're used to make lots of Crundus. There'll be something else tomorrow. Yeah, technology is always changing, but rendering time always stays the same. And I think the same thing goes for animation. Doesn't matter that something like Go Animate has existed for like 15 years at this point. I still have to make every single drawing. I can't take any shortcuts there. I can't download the drawings. That's not even the point. I could have done that though, is what I'm saying. The technology makes it easier to do that. But and now the cheating that I like to do is this fucking texture. This looks like pencil or ink from far away. It's and then when you hit render and add a blur effect, it looks even more real. I get a kick out of it. I get a kick out of it. It's fun. But like, it's a cheat. It's a little trick. And you know, if you can use a computer to get your little kicks with your little tricks, that's, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. It's like when you try to make an instrument sound more real. You should do that. But yeah, like that is something AI does that I do find interesting, is that I can simulate the style, like even the really small details, like the lines. But you know, that's only good if you're not really an artist. If you are an artist, then you usually you will find that that's not enough for you, and that you really cannot call this your art. Not only because someone else really made it, is trained off of their art, but also because you didn't get to control it. You didn't actually have your hands on it the way a true artist needs to have full control over it. You know, it's like every single image of something, you know, every piece of fan art of something is not equal to like the you know, the actual artist, or like, you know, like it's not the same when you generate something, because it's just like a really good description. It's basically broken into words. That's how the computer understands things, is through words. So like, a description of a character is enough. You have to actually breathe life into it. You actually have to have that that idea. You know, I was like, a few years ago, I was like getting excited, thinking like, I I could train an AI to like be my assistant. But no, it wants to be the artist is the problem. It you know, you tell it to fix some tiny detail and it'll redraw the entire thing. It's like, oh, his eyes are blue, not brown. It's like, gotcha, and it makes an entirely different drawing. Like, that's not what I asked for. I wanted you to change that one detail, but it's the artist, not you. I guess I do think it's your art, just like an extremely cheap version of it. But the only way that could ever be good art is if your ideas were so amazing that they stood so much taller than the cheapness of the art itself. And brother, I don't know if such a thing is possible. I don't know if anyone's, you know, this is what people who don't make anything think. They have these big ideas, or like, so they think. But like, if you can't execute them, then I don't know. It's like with AI, the person who wrote it's like I've heard before, like the word armada. There's an example of a word that's really easily said and not done. It's easy to write that, but then if you draw it, it's a different thing. It's like if you're talking about communicating between the writer and the artist, it's like, all right, I need an armada there. It's like in like 4 letters, you've given me like 4 days of work. It's like with the computer, that doesn't happen. It's like, you know, they never really liked working within the humans' constrictions either. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen. It feels like it'll just be like that kind of person is attracted to it, and art made in that will just be like even more cheap and embarrassing. You know, like, I gotta show this fucking shit because I feel very strongly about this. I hate to be wrong, but I was wrong again. How do I find that shit? The TED Talk.
Today, we're entering a new era of technology. But instead of being introduced to it with a spectacular opening shot of a movie, we're reading about it in the press. As someone who's been a visual effects artist for over 35 years, some of these headlines
I'm skipping to the end so you can see what I'm upset about.
Our jobs. And the tools, they're getting pretty good too. These photographs from a TED conference, it never happened. Of course, those are simple text prompts, image generation systems. Look at some of the details it's getting right. Look at the shadows under her chin. It even knows that there's a...
All right, let's skip this shit. It's like, okay, so a while ago I was like, I'm curious to see what Hollywood studios could do with AI, because, you know, people who were already masters of you know, visual effects and computer graphics would probably take to AI. And I am excited, you know, as much as it can produce crap, I am excited to imagine, this was all in my imagination, by the way. My naive little brain made this all up. I imagine that a studio like ILM would probably have some idea of like how AI could fill in the gaps of what they've done previously, and give us something even more convincing in ways that only a computer could generate, because it's just too, you know, I suppose what I'm saying already got figured out in the like CG era of the past decade. So I was wrong. In anybody's hands, it looks the same. It looks like this.
This is just he created a new Star Wars planet.
Not that. This.
If we made this, what would it feel like? So I'll let you watch a couple minutes.
I'll let you watch a couple minutes. It's just like Grundus. This is supposed to be Star Wars? This is just AI iguana. Are you kidding me with this? I've seen this shit 2 years ago with the earliest Runway 2.0 tests. I have it in my email. I can find that old fucking hummingbird video that they sent like 2 years ago. This looks no better. It's like, yeah, that was fun when they invented it years ago. It's like, how come it can't even do anything? It still can't do anything. It just walks. It just like looks and walks if you're lucky. Look, they just took 2 animals and mushed them together. That doesn't make it Star Wars. It doesn't look stylistically like anything. It looks like AI made it. It just looks like AI. If it looks like AI, you're using it wrong. It's like, what's this fucking AI generated music now? Am I in North Korea? What the fuck? What is this AI slop? You tell me. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Leveraging the latest new tools. Now, this, as I mentioned, is just an early work in progress. Those are not final Star Wars characters.
Yeah. I don't think that you should have showed it then.
We need a team for so many reasons, but we at Lucasfilm and Island, we don't think we're just around the corner from 1 or 2 people making a film in a dark room by themselves.
I didn't actually watch this video,
So much from the diverse skill set of
but
the
it
and the technicians that work
kind of sounds like what he's saying is insane. Like you're trying to focus on the people while doing this. Why don't you show okay, so what I would do, first of all, I would only do this for far away shots because it's terrible with details. What I would do is I would use AI to do post-processing on shit I've filmed. You know, like I would try what I think its most impressive skill is giving the actual photo quality of something from the past. It can train itself on that, and it can make something that actually looks like an old photo with, like, you know, certain degrees of fakeness to it that I actually think are good, because you don't want to trick people with it. You just want to make art. You just want to make, you know, you want to make your art too. You know, I feel like there's steps to this. If you use it, you have to do a lot with it before you can even say it's your art. You can't just generate it. All they did was generate it. They didn't have any like sketches that they brought to life with it. They didn't make 3D models or take Star Wars pre-existing ideas or expand on them. They just took 2 animals. You could do that. I could do that. Anyone could do that. Your grandma can do that. Why is a big studio? Why is a not even that they're big, but that they have a record? Why is a studio like ILM doing this? It's like, you know, you just see like these things like decreasing, dropping, depressing in quality, and they lose their reputation with this shit. It's like, you actually do have a really good reputation of making computer graphics, and they made fucking Rango. They made Star Wars. They made Spaceballs. Like, you know, I know the stuff was a long time ago, but like, you'd think that they'd be evolving their techniques and methods around their big ideas. Instead, it's just like, let's churn out more money for Shitney and their Star Wars North Korea surprise. With the immense potential for AI, let's exponentially increase the criticism. No excuse for slop. Well, it's just so easy for anyone to make. So when naturally the overall quality go down, I mean, you can say the same thing about like YouTube videos or comics or music. It's like there's just like absolute garbage in all of those things and have been for 20 years. It's like people have always been doing low effort shit posts. But AI slop is like a different kind where it's like sort of like wearing the skin of someone who does their like actual hard work. It's like it's got that like AI style where everything has that like 3-point lighting or like 2-color lighting. It's like I'm orange over here, now I'm blue over here. Isn't that art? And it's like you have all these like completely misunderstood ideas there. It's like type of extra pores, super duper realistic, hyper realistic, disturbingly realistic. AI is getting better by the day. I mean, it's getting better, but I wouldn't agree with that it's getting by the day. Like it's kind of hit a wall. It's been in a very similar place for like 2 years now. It's improved slightly, but like it hasn't actually proved itself. It hasn't. Like I really was thinking that something like this, like ILM using it to make a new thing that looked cool or even interesting, was possible. But like I don't believe it's possible, and I don't even blame the technology. I think they do have the potential for that. It's just they can't because Disney is nothing but a greedy tumor, and they don't deserve to make more money, and even their most dedicated people know that. It'd be one thing if Disney was like taking massive risks with all that money they got, but that was never the point. Why would you put effort into AI while the sole purpose of it is that the AI does shit for you? Well, because you want to make actual art. You want to make something that's cool. Like, one example, if I was making a Lord of the Rings movie, I would 100% use AI to simulate faraway shots of guys running, because you would save, it wouldn't be perfect, but you would save $100,000 if you did that. I guess I can imagine a really shitty version of it where like all of their like weapons are like disappearing and like they're like warping into each other. Yeah, and the more I think about it, the less it's like a whole nother like skill set you have to learn, and it's extremely unrewarding compared to like just drawing with your mouse. Yeah. People are always like, you want to make art? Pick up a pencil. I say pick up a mouse. You can draw with a fucking there are people even more intense than me. The people who do the little tablet touchpad thing. They draw with that. That's insane to me. People think I'm nuts for drawing with my mouse, but that's insane to me. I just am good with my mouse because I've always used my mouse. Like long before I had a tablet. I would use my mouse. I learned how to draw curves so that I could, draw shit without keeping my hands steady. But I also learned to keep my hands steady. Draw a curve with or without Lazy Nizumi. I draw better without it. I need more practice with the Lazy Nizumi. It's a way bow. Way bow. Yeah, I don't know exactly what the music is gonna be like here, but I can like sort of imagine it. Like, I don't know if that's what I want. Rainbows just like over the earth. Yeah, why the fuck not? I think that's what I drew in the storyboard. Anyway, like here, I wanted it to be like, you know, Audrey goes down like an educational rabbit hole. It's like a education is fun, and it's like, you know, like a it's like learning is cool. Look, cell theory. It's like, yeah. That's what this shit sounded like in this era. In the CD-ROM era. It's basically the CDI era. This was I just realized that today because I was thinking about how like the time period I'm trying to portray is like, it's not the Super Nintendo era. It's not yet the N64 era. It's the CDI era. It was a time where it was before people had CD players. Holy shit, if they'd only given that a DVD player, maybe it would have actually been a real thing. Nah. People would have rejected it anyway. But yeah, like they lost big to the PlayStation. And Nintendo almost made the PlayStation. They could have made the PlayStation. I wonder if they would have like continued working with Nintendo. Yeah, I don't know. It's like whenever I imagine fake scenarios, I always have to tell myself, but that's not how they played out, so it couldn't have been that way. It's like, and that's like a frustrating thing to think, but yeah, like think I think like yeah, like you can see what would happen. It would just be like the two companies would keep working together, but the tension would grow and nothing would happen. I don't know if it would have been better if PlayStation was in the hands of Nintendo. It would have been different. It would have been like, I mean, they did have plans for it. It just wasn't meant to be. Average AI users have their own aesthetic standards and IMO bad taste. So the output they're happy with and proud of is mediocre. Yeah, that's well put. It's like, I don't know, I feel like a lot of it comes from a place of like, you know, like I understand people hate AI art, so I don't usually post mine, but I don't make it because they hate it. I think some people do love that other people hate it, and their, you know, their idea is, you know, shows over artists. Now we get to blah blah blah, generate blah blah blah, and show you. It's like it's done out of spite. I mean, I guess a little bit of spite is good competition, but yeah, I don't know. I guess it doesn't feel like I should have competition with people like that, because it doesn't seem like we're even on the same level. Feels like unless your ideas are greater than my ideas plus their executions, then, you know, because what is the execution of an AI image? You think of it, you type it, you choose it. That is all there is to it. That is your entire job with it. The actual artistry is, well, if you don't specify, then it's going to come up with some stuff by itself. you know, like if you don't specify what style, what kind of composition you're looking for, what I don't know, something, anything that would be specific to make it your idea come to life. If you don't specify those things, then the computer will just fill in those blanks with generic, terrible looking, like, I don't know, just like this like blah gray realism cartoon style. It's basically like every fucking fake Pixar movie generation you've ever seen. That's like almost the default AI style. It's just like slightly realistic cartoon. I don't like that. It's just based on data and what the computer thinks we want. It's like the evil computer from Portal who thinks that we love cake. It's like we'll do anything for cake. We're humans. Imagine if the Xbox became the CDI platform and Master Chief had a half-baked typing adventure with Cortana. That definitely would have done well, actually. that would have been beloved. You know, I think if you man, like Nintendo was pretty careful about licensing Mario out, but like there were some fuckuses like Hotel Mario, like god damn. I will admit AI can be useful for tweaking little details, but if you're making an entire feature film using nothing AI, you're just plain lazy. Well, if you do anything at all, then it'll be you looking at the thing, looking for the details. You find the images that have the imperfections. You have the shitty, pardon me, you have the shitty hand with 6 fingers. You have the eye with 2 pupils. You have like I don't know, all kinds of crap that looks wrong. This is like a line that's like a line that's like parallel, or like a line that's like creating a tangent, like somehow like becomes part of the character, like like this line behind them that's like, you know, imagine if there was like a line going this way behind me, and it was like part of the background, but also like the computer wasn't sure if it was one of my hairs, so it did both. That is the kind of thing that you would have to have a human look at and correct. And like, you can't even do that because the AI hallucinates on tiny little levels. You can like see weird people's faces in the walls and shit. It's like I don't know. You like look at it like from like a different angle. You see it like looks like something else entirely. It's like, and like you could program all kinds of subliminal messages into that. You can make it like the composition is a person, but like you look at it from far away, it looks like a skull or some shit. I mean, you know, that'd be cool, but like I don't know. It's weird how subliminal it could get. Problem with AI is, I feel like if we knew what the problem with AI is, we wouldn't have to keep saying the problem with AI is. The problem with AI, the problem I have with AI, that's better. Sorry, I didn't actually read. Is that the data scraping just goes for the generic slop of all the other AI generated search results, and it either looks like an uncanny lucid dream on reality thing, or it straight up plagiarizes actual artists without any credit to the source it's scraped. Yeah, I've seen that. I've noticed that, and the like, yeah, like the like incestuous like data harvesting and training. It trains on its own data. It buys into its own propaganda. It shits where it eats. It eats its own shit. Are you not using Flash anymore? No, I'm using Blender. I'm using Blender now. and I'm using it because I want to here get this mouse, for example. I'm using Blender because I'm using Grease Pencil, which I just learned how to use. It's got a lot more features than Flash does. It allows me to make lines that are textured, lines that are extremely editable. Not It's like in how do I explain this? It's like if you have like two lines that you need to like pull apart. If you do that in Flash, you'll just be pulling forever like it's made of gum. You can pull as much as you want, but if you pull this line here and that line there, it's just going to like make more line detail. So like in Blender, if you pull two lines apart, it does not do that. It just like separates the vertices. They're actually like made up of vertices. In Flash, it's like like adds a vertice if you drag. So like I don't want that. I mean, I guess I didn't realize I didn't want that, but I don't want that. And Flash is also an old program. Blender is free too, and it's easy to find. You just go to blender.org. It looks great. I think it looks fucking awesome. This looks like the closest I can possibly get to cell animation without really doing it. I don't need it to look totally real. I'm okay with it looking like it's a digital cartoon. I think it's just like it's a statement by having it looking like that. I don't know what the statement is exactly. I guess it's just like being like cartoons looked better in the past. Yeah, I don't know. It gives everything so much like I don't know, like it gives it like a little random element, like it's a little crispiness. Also the fact that I drew it all with my hand, even though yeah, I took shortcuts. I used copy and paste, I used save and load, I used a mouse. Um, it's all done by hand, and the having it look like ink lines reflects that. It reflects the non-AI generated aspect. You know, I'm not one of those people who's like, I'm never using AI, because I probably am using AI. I already did use AI a few times, and I don't I don't think I should use AI more than the amount I've done. I think those people who say they're not using AI are correct. I just think that it's okay when I do it. No, I just think like there's like some things I feel like it's good for. Most of those things are nothing. It is kind of good for nothing. I wish we would divest in it. I wish those people would lose their fucking money. I really don't support that shit. I don't make money off of that crap. I feel like that, fuck that. Just give those to Child's Play. Give those to like those dying kids. It's like fuck Nintendo. You're going to become a PC gamer now. This is a Child's Play, the charity that gives Game Boys and stuff to sick kids. They should become PC gamers. Yeah, I know they're terminally ill. That's still better. That's still better than using them to mine Bitcoin. But anyway, I've never been able to do this in Flash. You can get a texture on a line, but it doesn't look at anything this like this. It's not this good. And you also can't do the like thing. This is like a more modern software thing to do, where you can like make lines have a thickness, as opposed to in Flash where you just like choose your brush size and then your stroke is just like the same blob that everything else is. Here I can show real fast the difference. Remember those god-awful NFT cartoons? Yeah, that's how I'm feeling all over again when I see the Star Wars thing. It's like this, with all the money that they made doing this, this is what they got to show for it. It's like, this is seriously all they have to show for it. Why do I still have him open? Oh, but like here in Flash, it's like where I live. Here in Flash, we have to choose between pressure and lines. It's like you have like a line, which is very similar to the lines I was just showing off in Blender. You make a line, and then you can go into edit and you can do the thing. You know, the thing. Like I was saying before, the detail does not increase when you do this. The lines, you can see it's becoming like pointy. That means that it's running out of detail. The lines are like separated into points, and you can see there's not that many points. It's pretty jagged. But like undo. Then you go into Flash, and you know there's no edit mode, so like you can't even see what you got. It's like if I wanted to move it the same way, it like, first of all, I kinked it, and now it's just like exponentially increasing. It's like if you hold down control and pull, it will create a point. So it creates even more points. It's like I can't drag this stuff over, because like if I do that, it happens in Blender where like this stuff, like you drag it over and it like overlaps itself, but then you just like have to untangle it, which isn't hard. Just find where all the points are. And at least there's like a way to do it. You know, it's not like it's not fun to do this. It's just like possible. But yeah, there's a few reasons why it's better. The other thing is I was also explaining that this lets you change the thickness of the lines, lets you do pen pressure. This, you know, if you're using this kind of line with the pencil or line tool or one of these, then you can't change the you can't put on pressure. You could change the thickness, but you can't do like a gradual pen pressure thing. Not with lines. And then, you know, if you want a texture, you can put it on like this. And it does like the same thing. But I don't know if it lets you do your own texture. I don't think it looks nearly as good as it does in Blender. AI gained a bad reputation for the amount of slap and obviously fake art. Yeah, like, you know, people were like, "Oh wow, this is so good," and then like, "What? It's not real?" But I paid $200 for this. Like, that's yeah. I remember seeing that. She's already got a bow. It's like, you know, when Jerry just like got a bow. It's like we decided at some point that Jerry's design not good enough. So we gave him this bow. Oh, that's kind of cute. Put it around her waist instead. Ah, fine, like that. How is the grease pencil learning curve? Not easy. And it's learning curve. You have to choose grease pencil though. I'm telling you right now. It's like listen to the sensei. You have to set this. Well, you don't have to make the mouse's nose look like that. I mean, you have to have all your tools set. Like you have to have this fucking nudge because you're just gonna use this over and over. It's like, yeah, I don't know, Fred. I don't know if you're still listening, but there needs to be a school or something. We need to teach this at schools. We need people to be doing grease pencil. Fuck Autodesk. Imagine drawing with a mouse instead of a hamster. Coherent shape 90%. Right up until Adobe bought them out, I just did everything in Flash MX. Yeah, I remember Flash MX. I think I had Flash MX and MX 2000. Yeah, like the one I use, like this. I think that was MX 2004, or just was it called 2004? Yeah, I think it was Flash MX 2004. And then like MX was like starburst looking thing. Something like that. Sorry, Flash. But yeah, guess I didn't really think about it, but I have been using my mouse this whole fucking time. And some of these drawings I did with a, well, not this one, but You know, a drawing I can do with my pen and edit with my mouse. I've done that with a bunch of these. Frankly, I've done almost all of these with the mouse. While I'd rather they had pen pressure, I'm also glad to use the mouse at 10 pixels to set that as the standard and like medium for everything. I guess I could make some. I made a couple lines thicker and taper out. I guess I could also make some lines thicker. Did I say thinner or thicker? I meant thinner. Now I meant thicker. But this is tough. How do I do this? I just select every fucking piece. This would have been good to have on its own layer. Wait. I mean, this would be happening no matter what year it was. You'd be playing a Game Boy even if it was not 1995 or whatever. That's another thing that I could do. I haven't been using that. The well, I don't know how that might look kind of weird to change the strength like that. You know, like what does it look like if it's like tapered out like that? That's not what. Well, maybe it does look like that. There's way too much film grain on this. music for this. He needs more blood on his face. Victor is inspired by my brother a little bit. He's based on me and also my brother. And Victor, can't you just have the other eye be the black eye? It composition works better if it's the other eye, dude. I'm gonna give you another black eye, okay? Pow. I'm gonna take away the first one. I don't know. There's levels of being an asshole like this that I will do, but this might be going too far with it. I don't actually think it's worth it if it like makes the composition slightly better, and I don't really want to like reverse the whole image either. To fuck up his hair. I mean, it still looks good actually. The image is pretty good reversed, but now his hair is wrong. Oh, I see. That pisses you off though. His hair is brushed the other way. I didn't really give a fuck when I put Pete's watch on the wrong hand like 3 or 4 times. I mean nobody noticed. Nobody said anything. Nobody even realized that Pete was voiced by multiple people. Pete was voiced by me and Chris. He was doing like the really low pitched stuff. I was like, "Hey Groove, you wanna bang my wife?" And he was going like, he's like, no, it's like you can listen. It's like when he says "piece of ass," that's me. But when he's like, "if you know what I mean," that's Chris. He's got a deeper voice than me. You can if you listen closely. Maybe if you open the audio in Audacity, you can tell. I feel like, you know, like my voice my my voice is like down here and Chris's is like he's like I'm like, you know with her, and he's like, what? What? Yeah. When I put my hand over, make it sound bigger. You wanna bang my wife? You wanna do my wife, Goofy? I'm fixing his eye because Victor's not going to get the other eye be a black eye. I'll do instead. I'll add some puffiness over here. Nah, that looks like shit. I mean, you know, let me be honest. I was really like preparing to get rid of the fucking black eye as soon as possible. Like I only had it there for the gag that he was sitting next to a a Rockwell painting that had the exact same black eye, like he has a black guy in the storyboard here, and he's like sitting right next to this. I don't like this. I feel like it shouldn't be like that. It should be like, it should zoom out like that, and Victor should be over here instead, right? And then, you know, the painting in the painting would have to be over there as well. Yeah, I don't know. That's a different camera thing. Camera's doing something different there. And make that this color and see how it looks. And yeah, like I was thinking like, okay, as soon as I can, I'm going to abandon that black eye. And it has nothing to do with it being too hard. It's just, that's what I choose. It's not out of laziness, because it really isn't that hard to put in at all. I just don't think it should be there. And, you know, cartoon character heals extraordinarily fast. because it's like with an actor. Every time you see them, it's like 15 minutes have passed. Like every 3 seconds, it's like a different shot of them, and 15 minutes have passed because they were doing different takes, and they were, you know, doing stuff with the cameras off. Also, yeah, there's lots of little rules, I guess, that I could never really explain to anybody, like why Victor's hair why Victor's hair is underlapping, why Victor's eye is underlapping his hair here, but overlapping his hair here. That's just, I don't know. I guess the only thing that's feels wrong about this is like, oh, actually the hair is off. Well, I want it to be a little bit messy, but it doesn't look like his hairstyle anymore. Oh, that's convenient. It's right there. You can never do anything like this in Flash. You can do like this kind of thing, but I think I'll actually make this cartoon a lot faster than the stuff I've been doing in Flash, because there's just like so much you can like. I mean, it should be faster and better. Like there's so many shortcuts you can take. So many like I mean, the hard part is just like learning it, getting used to it. And for me, it was like, ugh, so hard to learn, even when people are like really helpful, because they'll say like press S, and it's like I'm lefty. All of my hotkeys are different. Nobody is lefty. So like I have to like set my own hotkeys. I'm terrible at it, and I'm still not done with it. Like still setting hotkeys, because I realized that I could do control numpad and have like all of these now. You can have a million hotkeys in Blender. There are hotkeys for everything. I've never seen a more elaborate hotkey system. If you want to pull your hair out, doink, then set some hotkeys, but I promise it's worth it because it does save uncountable amounts of time in the end. Incestuously shitting where it eats is a brilliant description of AI. It's one of those rodents that needs to digest its poop twice to gain any nutrients. Whoa, that is super weird. I feel bad for that little dude. Well, we do what we must to survive. We all eat shit every once in a while. How well do you already need to know Blender to start using grease pencil? I would definitely recommend that you get a basic knowledge in Blender before using grease pencil. As Victor was angry, well, that's just how he differs from Audrey. He has to be pessimistic so Audrey can be optimistic. They're the perfect pair to have a conflict because they differ idealistically. Victor only sees what's bad about a situation, but Audrey can see what's good about it. Yeah, I would familiarize yourself with there's plenty to go through. I mean, I don't have my own version of a Blender tutorial, but there's things like Windows and editors that you need to learn. Um, yeah, you can't actually see what I'm doing because I have uh like these little windows that pop up are hidden. Not that one, but or that one. Yeah, wait, no, there's that. Yeah, that's there. Um, yeah, that's there too. But yeah, like there's all of these things. Um, if if you know how to draw, if you know like MS Paint, for instance, like you know that drawings are made up of pixel elements, but in 3D they're made up of planes. They're made up of actually the same as a pixel, but it works a little different where it's like the complexity is based off of the amount of different points it has. So like if you were to extrude, then you create new points. Um anyway, yeah. It's like you can create new polygons and grab an edge and extrude that. But didn't I have a shortcut for extrude? Yeah, I did. It's page down. So yeah, instead of pixels, instead of picture elements, you have polygons. And you know, the more bits your video game system has, the more powerful it is and the more polygons it can display at once. So like every video game system for the past 40, 50 years has like gone up and up and up in how many polygons it can display. Or, you know, or pixels with the pre 3D stuff. It was like sprites and computations. But now we don't have any of that limitation to worry about. Even if you're listening to me on a phone, I'm sure your phone is even powerful enough to run the software. Could run most games, probably run most PS2 games on the average phone, right? It's because microchips have been getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And now we can easily easily do this. We can run Blender. You can probably run Blender on like I don't know if you can do it on an iPad, but I'm sure you could run it on like a shitty Android tablet. But I'm telling you now that, well, I guess I can't really speak from experience about if it's bad to try it on a tablet, but I'm just telling you, I learned from using it on computer with keyboard and mouse. You really need a keyboard is the thing. You need hotkeys, you need shortcuts. You need to set them yourself so that you can get like a good flow. You know, it's not easy to learn Blender, but it's the right thing. Also, it gets easier and easier as you use it. That's a good thing that it actually did get easier. And like I already had like a ton of experience using 3D stuff, and it was still a pain in the ass. There's like plenty of new concepts, and even old concepts that are just named differently. You have to get used to all the new names, like blend shapes, shape keys. You have to like learn the whole new dialect. Yeah, I call them blend shapes. People mostly know what I'm saying. That's an easy one, but some of them are just like you have to hunt around to figure out what they're called. So yeah, for me, it was tough learning, and like everybody's been, you know, people are very helpful, but you also have to put in a lot of the effort because you know, for me, it was difficult to like learn all these keys, and you know, everybody's using different keys. I refuse to believe I'm the only lefty out there. Maybe I'm the only lefty doing grease pencil. Yeah. absolutely get Blender. Even if you're not like an artist, I feel like everybody probably has some sort of use for Blender. If you wanna 3D print something, you can just create it in Blender. I would recommend going to create a cube, create a sphere, and then just like go down to where it says segments and just like excuse me, Mr. Cube. Go down to where it says segments and just like play with that slider until your computer crashes. You see how it works. Fun. See how many you could do for toast. Turn that all the way down, turn that all the way up, turn that all the way down, turn that all the way up. What do you even call this? What is the shape? What do you think would be different about internet animation if Blender existed during the Flash? You know, I don't believe in these hypotheticals, especially. So I don't know if I can comment on what would have happened if Time Traveler gave him Blender. I mean, you know, something I didn't realize is that Blender did exist this whole time. We just didn't use it. You know, there were people using it. I remember seeing Blender animations back when I was beginning in around 2010, and people were in the community. It's much bigger now, but like Blender's been around since 1994 or something. Technically, I mean, I don't know how long it's been like a serious, like really close to commercial software. I mean, I don't know. I assume it's kept up this whole time with what was available, and just now figuring out that, yeah, I'll underlap that. Further away even. Yeah, that's good. 2010's Blender reminds me of Rat Boy Genius. I don't know if that was Blender. I don't know what that was. I don't know if that was human. Yeah, I wonder if it would be better if it went diagonally, but and like zoomed out. Like it didn't pan over, it just like zoomed with the focal point of the zoom being like here. Like it, 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 it. Yeah, I could just do this. Wait, no, you can't stretch the camera. You can move the camera though. Oh, sorry. Skip that anyway. Liminal Nintendo music. Yeah, sure. As long as it's like only registering to like it's like registering on a subconscious level music. It's like I barely even noticed it's there. Needs more cowbell, doggy. I am cute. Thank you. I know I'm cute. Nice now. Yeah. What was I doing? Yeah, I was just thinking it'd look better if I changed that. But I'll figure that out later. So for these backgrounds, I don't know. I guess I was thinking I'd probably do them in different program. If I could paint in grease pencil, that'd be cool. I don't know. I don't think, you know, you'd have to be able to like really mix colors together and shit. What is the end level for making animation for you? Like, will you eventually make a film? I mean, I'm making a film right now. I make films all the time. What do you mean? Are you saying that the end goal is to make a feature film? Oh, brother. If I could make my own feature film, what would it even be? The thing is, I've never worked in that medium. I only work in the short film type of thing. I feel like it would be cool if my short films were in a theater. That would be great. Like, that would be so fucking cool if this played before a movie or something. Animated Joe film would be nuts. But yeah, what should I do? Should I make something based on one of my ideas? Or should I make something completely new up? I did have a musical idea about people who find out that they're not real, that they're all artificial intelligence, and they have to come to terms with this idea that they don't even live their own lives. I don't know. Something like that. I think a musical would be the way to go. That's what you do when you get a feature film. You make an animated musical. Make something that really like swings for the fences. Like Aladdin. I mean, I don't know. I could make a film version of something that I've already done. The thing is, though, with movie adaptations, it's like it usually coasts off of the name of the thing. It doesn't even have to try. It doesn't necessarily have to be good for it to be a success. Yeah, like if I had an opportunity to make a film, it would be the decision of many people. And my films don't ever get made that way. They're the decision of just one person a lot of the time. And unless I had millions of dollars and was willing to risk all of them to make a movie, unless that, then I would definitely need to involve other people in the decision making. And I don't know how well that'd go because I'm such a dick. I'm a dictator when it comes to art. Is a good thing. This is the moral of literally Hitler, is that any artist should have dominion over their work. But you know, if you don't, then maybe it's dangerous. Maybe you'll try to find it somewhere else in your life. Art is not democratic. Art should not be democratic. I mean, you know, I guess in a sense it's like respectful of people in society. There's there's certain lines that even art dares not step over. But it's not a team decision. I guess when it's a team project like this, when it involves so many other people. Like imagine if you were like making a movie and you had to convince all these old ladies from the producers to have sex with you. I mean, give you money for the film. And it's like, you have to please all these old people who don't know what the fuck you're trying to do with this movie. And like they don't get it that I'm actually trying to make something good here. They don't understand that because nobody's tried that in a long time. Or at least that's not what's believed by default. Like if you gave me $2 million, which is nothing, if you gave me $2 million, I would make the best fucking film you've ever seen with it. Or it would suck, but I'd try to make the best fucking film you've ever seen with it. And if you give me $200 million, then I'd probably make a really shitty film because I'd be at that point I'd just be like used to accepting $200 million for a film. Like that's a reasonable thing to pay. You could do way more with way less. I feel like animation in this country is like, I don't know. I mean, it's while Pixar has gotten weaker, DreamWorks has gotten stronger, and there's like this there's like this progress that you can still sort of plot with like Disney, and they're like you can plot the research and development on the computer graphics stuff, but the I don't think that the stories have necessarily gotten better. I don't know. It's like with Frozen, with every movie there's like a big technological upgrade. And with Frozen the big deal was the snow. And it was cool, but like I remember thinking at the time like this is the amount of progress there's going to be from now on. Like this is what they made. It's always like going to be one little thing. It's never going to be like we invented a whole new universe of art, of like we create a whole new medium, like when they first started making 3D films. There's something so horrendously fake about modern Disney and Pixar. Yeah, I mean it's not just one thing. I think the way that they look kind of like each other now is a thing I've noticed. Disney and Pixar are only a few degrees off of each other, and yeah, it's like they're still adept in some ways, but I feel like the characters kind of resonated with me before, and now they just feel hollow. Like I like watched the clip of the like mom from the Win or Lose show twerking and you know being goofy and erratic. And it's like these characters are moving around, but I don't know if they feel alive. That's just how a lot of things feel. Like the animation is like kind of Johnny Test like, I guess. Definitely moving, but it doesn't seem convincingly alive. Not like this fish screensaver from the 90s called After Dark. Anyway, um, I think you know what's wrong with big studios like that is that it used to be that they had they had the like research teams that were inventing these computer graphics things, and like the like I said, the research still exists, but it's come to a crawl, and now stuff like Blender exists completely for free. These companies are losing their grip. This is why they come out with these shitty subscription models, because they know that it's easy for you to pirate their software, and they want you to pay for it forever instead. It's I don't know. And like, well, I guess Pixar did eventually have to give up on, this was a long time ago in like the 80s. Pixar eventually gave up on being a software company, and they realized that their future was in making films that had heart and soul and resonated. And Steve Jobs' crazy idea about it doing that instead of selling Pixar computers, which is why they were called Pixar, because they sold a product called the Pixar computer, and that eventually, that actually failed. Um, but as a film studio, they did well, and they well, I guess they kind of went back to being a technology company, and the heart kind of became into a formula over a few films. It had that heart and soul and feeling, and then it kind of started showing up as a formula. Lightyear felt like giving up on an old idea. Oh, but yeah, I was saying like it'd be hard to like make a film because a lot of people would have to agree. Like it would be a George Lucas situation where people would just like watch me like yanking out the pipes that are holding things together and saying nothing. Like, I don't know if this is the right thing to do. But as an artist, it should always be the right thing. You're like God. But you're not God at the, as in the workplace. That's wrong that the fucking George Lucas disciples said nothing because they just basically treated him like he was God. He's only God to Luke and Leia and Vader. He's only God to Jar Jar Binks. He's not God to you or me. That's an important distinction. He actually did have some ideas that he gave to Disney and they rejected them. Imagine rejecting his ideas. I mean, his ideas without him sound so much better. Don't you think? They should have just done his Star Wars without him with his ideas. And they should have done that, but he was also a fool to sell it to them and then expect them to use his vision. How did Disney mess up so bad? Well, maybe it wasn't their fault. Maybe it was because Steve Jobs died, Joe Ranft died, John Lasseter hugged people. There's a lot of things changing. And also just like foolish business. Like of course John Lasseter's new movies are terrible. Why the fuck would anyone think that hiring that guy is going to like just suddenly start making them money? And it was all done for money. They didn't get money. Well then good. But it's not actually good because they produced some movies, and producing a movie is a gigantic project. Why was it done? Why did you let that asshole tell people what to do again? I don't know. Don't have to use you don't have to use the you don't have to use the circle tool every time. You can draw a CD without it. I mean, I kind of want it to look round, so I'm gonna edit it to be rounder. But I like that it's a little bit crundus. You know, there's maybe just like a teensy bit of like damage to the CD. This might end up looking different. Yeah, let me try making a material for this. Wonder what that should look like. Yeah, have you seen Breaking Bad? Yeah. You watched the Gaslight District pilot? I did, and I I mean I didn't actually watch it. I watched a little of it. But I feel the same way about that as what I was just saying, that it's like a lot of movement but not a lot of life. You know, like life doesn't have to be characters zipping left and right, like buh, 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 buh. It could also be characters just like blinking or like making a face. You know, like there's still plenty of life to that. You know, like it doesn't have to be 100% energy manic all the time. You could just have like a jellyfish floating around or something in with one note playing. You know what I'm saying? Like there's too much like wild energy to that cartoon. Hard to keep track of. Yeah, I mean I didn't actually watch the whole thing. I just checked it out. And yeah, it's just I don't like that kind of overwhelming thing. It's overwhelming. I need to make some music for this cartoon. I would love to just like play the score. I've never done that. Chris did the cartoon, the music in the last, on the Hitler cartoon. He did the score, but I would like to maybe do some of the music and play the piano because I've been practicing a little. Yeah, I would definitely need to be way more disciplined than this, or we're doing this on a real cell. Do this shit in real life. But we're not in real life, are we? Who was this? Is this just like Pikmin music? Music of Pikmin 2 was written by Hajime Wakai and sound director Kozumi Tataka. Since the Pikmin 2 soundtrack does not have an official album, blah 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 blah. The songs exclusively use instruments from either Bank 4 or Bank 5, belonging to Wakai or Tataka respectively. Samples from Roland Sound Canvas 88 and Cartswell A2500 exist exclusively in Bank 4, while Yamaha S90 instruments are Bank 5. Oh, that's interesting. So which one was this? With the oh man, god damn it. How do I find it? Oh, here. Oh shit, there's like a whole wiki article about the Pikmin in music. Thingus Hero. Like the fan who made an extensive article about the music in this game or in this series. Or yeah, this article is just for this one game. Thingus Hero. Thank you for your contributions. But yeah, what does it say here? It says it was composed by Tataka. 7/4 time signature. Wow. Like this pikminwiki.com has an article that's just like it's like 100 pages long. What's your favorite movie? Uh, fuck. I don't know. What's my favorite movie? Finish the sentence. Blank is my favorite movie. I don't know, man. I don't have a definitive answer for you. I'll just say this. I still really like The Mask. I've thought it was a good movie since I was very young. So there's something to that. I still think it's really good. So it might be The Mask. What's a recent movie you think about? Recent movie. I really liked Flow. I was really happy that that was getting the recognition it deserved. Win or lose at the Oscars, at least it got the recognition it deserved, and Blender did too. That was really cool. Um, and you know it was such a good film that like I didn't even have to like know that about it, and I'd still really like it. It was cute. It was about a cat. Love that. But yeah, I haven't actually watched too many recent movies. What was the most recent thing I saw? Gonna use Vivaldi again? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I wasn't actually thinking about what scenes I'd use. You know, like I wasn't thinking about what scenes that might have Vivaldi in it this time. But it could. You know, if I'm just like playing, I'm just like playing the piano, then I might throw it in. Yeah, let me play some piano badly before I end the stream. Just have a piano next to me. Ugh. Is it really doing this right now? Streams? Stream still going? Alright, as long as it's still going. Yeah, my keyboard works. How long have you playing? How long you been playing? I don't really play. See? um I would, you know, just like kind of just like play video games while my sister Jackie played piano. She showed me a couple things, but other than that, I just fuck around. What was I gonna play? But yeah, I have some like shit. And let me like look at my cartoon while playing. Um. Ah! All right, that's too loud. All right, that's too quiet. Hang on, let me open up Tough with all the windows gotta navigate. I just drag the cat. There's something. Well, for this part, I kind of want to. Hang on. Do I have it? I have like this. Kind of want some Game Boy music here. It's taken a while, but my hand is like contorted into the shape of a chord. Alright. But you know, those are easy chords. There's chords that like you have to like be playing like what's he playing here? Sorry, I'm not very good at playing with two hands. I feel like that's not the right mood. It's gotta be like trying to play Pilot Red Sun. This is one of Victor's many theme songs. Like when Angry Dad blows up the nuclear plant. Not again! Oh, how nice. This. Oh shit, if you hold it down, it does that. what does this do? Vector position. Oh, I see. Yeah, what should happen here when he's freaking out? The computer on fire. It should be something like. Nah, I need something deeper. This one doesn't go dark enough. Thank you, Drago Dot. That's just a regular piano. Where is it? I should use some of these. There we go. Oh man, this one's awesome. I could use this one for when Audrey's crying. Yeah. Instead of learning to play that, let me just try and channel that feeling. It's like nobody died, but she's still sad. Intense silence. Can you not hear the piano? I guess that would be fine. Couldn't hear this. Yeah, I'm playing piano. Did they like? No, they didn't mute me. You can still hear me. You're talking to me. Music fits the scene of Audrey with her head down. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to write the music of this. Kind of get the mood right. I think the thing is like I don't have to try to make something old fashioned because I am old fashioned. I can just make music that I think sounds new and it actually sounds old. That's why it's retroactive. Because I'm retroactive. I'm from '88. I've lived in 6 decades. Wait, is that true? Whoever did the music for that game has the same skills as me. Well, maybe not. Maybe they're actually a lot better. In fact, I like their work. I admire it a lot. Anyway, that's a movie. That's a song from a Snoopy game. All right, I gotta end this stream soon, but let me just play for a couple more minutes. I feel like this is the instrument for this seed. It's like I'll have other instruments, but this is the main one. See if I can find the instrument for this. That was it. Maybe it's just one note. That's too like matrixy. What are these basses? How your farts sound? Yeah, how would you write it in the score? Somebody farted. Yeah, like that, like One's called Banjo with an E at the end, like my name. Cool. Yeah, this could also be used for Audrey Sad. This should be the one when Victor's computer is turned itself against him. Let's do all of that, and then I'll end the stream. I actually haven't storyboarded that part. It happens right before this. Yes, that's perfect. That. How's that? Anyway, I'll work on it. Everybody, have a good night. I'll be back tomorrow for more working on this. Bye.